को एक क्वेश्चन मार्क दिया है। निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में ऐसा हमारे बीच आने वाली है, बिकॉज वी कैन नॉट फॉलो द रूल ऑफ सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट। हम इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट जो तेजी से कर रहे हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे पर्यावरण को, हमारे इन्वायरमेंट को अफेक्ट कर रही है, और ये आर्थिक विकास ना ही पूरे विश्व के हित में है, ना ही भारत के हित में है। सो आई कैन नॉट टेक मोर टाइम। First, I request our international member, Dr. Dejan sir, to give speech on the subject of economic development and environment. Dr. Dejan sir, you listen my voice? Yeah, Dr. Dejan. Yeah, please start your lecture. Your mic is off. Your mic is off, sir. Mic. Please start your.
Dr. Jason, unmute.
Please unmute. Please unmute. Your mic is off. Please unmute your mic. Yeah, Dr. Dejan, please unmute your mic. Yes, your mic is off. Yes, I call you. No, your mic is off. Please unmute your mic. Your mic is off. Please unmute your mic. The sound is not come.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Welcome,
Okay.
Doctor. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this international conference. I will talk about climate change and phytomedicine and agroecology. I'm Dr. Jovanov, Doctor of Phytomedicine and Agroecology. I'm from Macedonia. Phytoecology is further divided into the agriculture ecology, forest ecology, and others. In this sense, agroecology covers of the ecology of certain species of plants and animals, but also included studies in the field of agrobusiness and agroecosystem studies. The scientific discipline that deals with the study of external environment in agriculture is called ecology. In other words, agroecology is the ecology of the area for agricultural production. Agroecology as a separate scientific discipline was first introduced in the year 1920, although environmental studies along with studies from other scientific disciplines in agriculture have been conducted for a longer time. The foundation of agroecology were learned by Achi. According to Achi, agroecology is a scientific discipline that deals with the study of physical characteristics of external environment, climate, soil, and others in terms of their impact on the development of cultivated plants and in terms of yield of those cultivated plants from the point of view of height and quality of yield. Men in agriculture actively act of the factors of the external environmental and thus change the initial state of those factors. By changing external factors, a man tries to adapt them to the needs of cultivated plants. Hence, in short, agroecology deals with the study of environmental factors, climate, soil, relief, and others, as well as the study of methods that can act on those factors to adapt to needs of cultivated plants. Most food production is based on a high input intensive agriculture system with high environmental costs and as a result soil, forest, water, air quality. And the way we produce and consume food, we need to promote a transformative change in the way we produce and consume food. We need to introduce sustainable food system that offer healthy and nutrition food while also preserving the environment. agroecology can offer several contributions to this process, combining traditional and scientific knowledge. Agroecology applies ecological and social approaches to agriculture systems, focusing on the rich interaction between plants, animals, humans, and the environment. Transforming food system to be sustainable means making change there at once economic, social, and cultural, nutrition, and climate changes. Agroecological measures, what is it? Agroecological measures are policies to increase agriculture activity that is beneficial to the environment in the rural areas. It aims to promote agricultural production, practices to sustainable of agricultural land, production of improvement of the environmental and rural areas, in order to preserve plant and animal diversity and improve soil, water, and air. Agroecological measures provide financial support to farmers in addition to income for the implementation of agro-environmental obligation. Ecological way of processing, irrigation, fertilization, plant protection, and biodiversity return to the traditional agriculture and the like. Agroecological measures are implemented in national, regional, or local level. They can be different depending on natural characteristics of the region and the specificity of the climate conditions of the soil. They are a tool for achieving environmental protection goals. Although agroecological measures are different, each measure contains a general objective such as environmental protection and natural fuels. Next slide, phytomedicine. Modern phytomedicine should be our way of life in nature in the future. The more we use the gifts of nature for our good health, tip loose in the fields through the mountains or places where plants grow. Always leave the less 20% of the plants for future propagation, and not to collect them all. It is strictly forbidden to uproot. As many natural protect areas as possible. The more protected natural areas are, the better the health of the planet Earth. Here is very important to improve the infrastructure in most countries to be able to enjoy those natural beauties. But of course, you need strict protection in order to protect those nature beauties around the world, where someone in treatment with ruin. Climate change, some experts say the climate crisis, agriculture is perhaps one of the most affected industries, can return to the so-called old way of production be a step forward or a step backward towards better living conditions. The natural condition in the country where I live, for example, allow the cultivation of most continental and Mediterranean crops, as well as various livestock products. Herbal land and pastures cover about half of the land, while forests cover 37%. Wheat is the most widely grown annual crop, and barley, corn, and various vegetables and present in smaller areas. The wine is the main perennial crop and covers almost 25,000 hectares. And wine is the second most important export product after tobacco. Although areas planted with fruits and nuts are smaller, they have the potential in the increase in the future. Only a small part of the crop area, less than 10%, is irrigated, while most depend of rainfall. This cases large changes in areas and presence of crops that are soon or planted each year, as well as in yields, because this way yields are highly dependent of mode and timing of rainfall. The country's climate is diverse due to the combination of continental and Mediterranean influences and the complex geography represented by valleys and mountains. Climate change solution, mainly due to human activities. We realize billions of tons of carbon dioxide and other gases each year that trap the heat in atmosphere. The more greenhouse gas emissions we emit, the greater the future climate change. Therefore, limiting climate change as well as the final change of climate change solutions. Climate change mitigation refers to the effect of reducing or preventing further release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Examples of mitigation include switching to renewable energy, designing energy efficient equipment, recycling, building more bike and hiking trails, improving forest management practices, or changing consumer behavior. Mitigation can be of complex nature, as a project plan for a new city, or simply as turn on off an electric device. Action are taken locally to internationally, for example, by conclusions agreement to reduce greenhouse gases emission. But to the mitigation, as long as they can enjoy the fruits of other efforts, they will not be able to stop them or change the direction of climate change. This is known as the problem of collective action, and climate change is a prime example. Climate change is affecting the whole planet, and as we have seen, many of the most affected have contributed the least to climate change. So let us all work together and solve problems. Of course, of global warming in the opposite direction will require a sustainable reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We call the mitigation of climate change. In addition, because climate change is inevitable, the populations and ecosystems on which we depend must be prepared and act in order to deal with them. This is called adaptation. Let us look at some examples of what mitigation and adjustment measures can be taken. You probably hear a lot of sustainability, especially when it comes to environmental uses. What exactly does it mean? Sustainability, for example, refers to the way we humans use the natural environment. When we do it in a sustainable way, then it means that we meet our needs without harming the environment, so that future generations can live well generations. Types of adaptation. There are four main types of adaptation. Forecast adaptation. Changes are made before the effects of climate change prevention. An example of pre-decidable adjustment can be when a farmer decides to grow cereals that need less water, knowing that the climate will become drier in the future. Reactive adaptation. Action are taken after something has already happened, and when farmers acquire new irrigation technologies, because due to drought, then they can no longer grow the crops. Spontaneous adaptation occurs only in response to changes in the environmental natural system or the market, or due to well-being human systems. When the farmer changes the period when planting crops, because in the sense to him that the seasons have changed. Planet adaptation based on the knowledge that the change have already occurred of will across decision is made what types of action will be taken in order to return to the previous one, the maintain of achieve or achieve a new desired condition. One type of the planet adjustment may take the form of changes to building rules to make new buildings more sustainable in warmer climate. Photovoltaics. The goals shall be a priority to ensure greater energy efficiency worldwide. Recently, in addition to energy efficiency education efforts, and Turkey service offer for the installation of photovoltaic system in households, and business should be encouraged by using the renewable energy of the sun. Household can cover over 13% of the annual consumption of electricity, and companies, in addition to the realized servicing, increase their responsibility and sustainability by using the so-called green energy. The interest in the service is great because the benefits are huge. In the future, this system shall be supplemented and improved, especially in poor countries around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Drazen, President of Youth of National Association of Inventors of Macedonia, and also the member of Social Science and Management Welfare Association. Thank you, sir. You can discuss about the agriculture development. You can discuss about the sustainable development. You can discuss about the work together and ecosystem. So once again, we thank you to come to this international platform and join. You can discuss about many aspects of environmental development and especially in agriculture sector. So once again, thank you very much. We meet again another conference. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Then I request माननीय कैलाश सोनी जी, ये हमारे लिए बड़े हर्ष का विषय है कि आज हम सबके बीच में माननीय कैलाश सोनी जी, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, जुड़े हुए हैं। और निश्चित रूप से कैलाश जी का कृषि और पर्यावरण से बहुत अच्छा और बहुत वर्षों का संबंध रहा है। मैं पिछले 25 वर्षों से माननीय कैलाश सोनी जी से संपर्क में हूँ। एक पार्लियामेंट होने के नाते उन्होंने ये पर्यावरण का विषय सांसद होते हुए इस विषय को रखा है। और आप मां नर्मदा के ठीक किनारे ही निवास है आपका, नरसिंहपुर में, करेली में। और निश्चित रूप से आपका अनुभव आर्थिक विकास और पर्यावरण में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। आपने एक कृषक होने के नाते आज जो किसानों के सामने क्या चुनौती है पर्यावरण को लेकर, ये सब आपका अनुभव है। और पिछले अनेक वर्षों से आप सामाजिक क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अनेक दायित्वों का निर्वाह करते हुए वर्तमान में राज्यसभा सदस्य हैं। माननीय कैलाश सोनी जी, मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं? जी कैलाश जी, आज हमारे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में विश्व के लगभग 12 देशों से लोग सम्मिलित हुए हैं। और मुझे हो रहा है कि सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन भारत में जम्मू कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक काम करता है। इसके दो विंग हैं, एक यूथ इकोनॉमिक एसोसिएशन जो पूरे भारत में काम करता है, इंटरनेशनल सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट जो विश्व के साथ, भारत और विश्व के साथ 22 देशों में काम कर रहा है और ऐसे ही अनेक कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजन करता है जो हमारे सामाजिक और आर्थिक विषय से जुड़े होते हैं। इससे पहले हमने अनेक कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजन किए हैं, लगभग हम 147 नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन कर चुके हैं और 62 इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का। आज हमारे बीच में दो माननीय वीसी जैन से वीसी सर जुड़े हुए हैं एवं बुंदेलखंड यूनिवर्सिटी से भी जुड़े हुए हैं प्रोफेसर टी.आर. थापक सर, वाइस चांसलर महाराज छत्रसाल यूनिवर्सिटी से जुड़े हुए हैं, डॉक्टर अनिल कोठार सर, डायरेक्टर जनरल मध्य प्रदेश काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी भोपाल जुड़े हुए हैं, प्रोफेसर अखिलेश पांडे सर, वाइस चांसलर विक्रम यूनिवर्सिटी उज्जैन जुड़े हुए हैं, प्रोफेसर रविंद्र ब्रह्मे सर, पंडित रविशंकर शुक्ल यूनिवर्सिटी रायपुर हमारे बीच में है, डॉक्टर प्रवीण कुमार झा दिल्ली से हमारे बीच में जुड़े हुए हैं और ऐसी ही अनेक हस्तियां जो इस आर्थिक और सामाजिक क्षेत्र में काम करती है पर्यावरण को लेकर। आज हम यह दिन भर का एक कार्यक्रम हमने आयोजित किया है जिसका ये उद्घाटन सत्र है। हमारे बीच में एग्रीकल्चर के विशेषज्ञ डॉक्टर अमीद नवाज जी पाकिस्तान से भी अभी जुड़े हुए हमारे बीच में। आज हम ये दिन भर पर्यावरण और आर्थिक विकास विषय पर चर्चा करने वाले हैं। तो माननीय कैलाश जी सोनी करूंगा कि आज के इस अवसर पर अपना विषय रखेंगे माननीय कैलाश सोनी जी, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट। जी जी, आवाज बंद है प्लीज। जी
हेलो
जी जी, स्वागत है भाई साहब, आपका स्वागत है।
आज के इस मीट में उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव जो विषय की दक्षता रखते हैं, न केवल देश के बल्कि बाहर से भी सारे विशिष्ट बंधु जुड़े हुए हैं, सबका मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। और विशेष रूप से हमारे जो संचालक हैं डॉक्टर साहब, जिन्होंने कल बताया, इस कारण से आप सबके बीच में ये बातचीत करने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को तो साधुवाद है ही कि जिन्होंने इस समय दुनिया का सबसे ज्वलंत प्रश्न, सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा, जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है देश की, पर्यावरण, आज अपन जब चर्चा कर रहे हैं तो पूरी दुनिया आक्रांत है इस कोविड की समस्या से। इसकी तह में भी यदि कोई बात अपन देखें तो ये पर्यावरण ही है। विशेषकर हम हिंदुस्तान के लोग सारी दुनिया की जितनी चेतनाएं हैं, जितनी समाज व्यवस्थाएं हैं, जितना चिंतन है, दर्शन है, इन सब से हटकर के हिंदुस्तान में जिस वैज्ञानिक ढंग से, जिस गंभीरता से और संपूर्णता के साथ विचार किया है, और हमारा जो वैशिष्ट्य है सनातन का, वो केवल दुनिया में पर्यावरण के कारण ही हमारा वैशिष्ट्य है। और उसका मूल आधार है हमारी सांस्कृतिक चेतना, अवधारणा। दुनिया में केवल और केवल हमारा दर्शन है जो हमें सबसे अलग स्थान प्रदान करता है। वो इसलिए है कि हमारे मूल दर्शन में है कि प्रकृति का कम से कम दोहन। जितना प्रकृति से हम लेते हैं उतना प्रकृति को प्रदान करने की मनोवृत्ति और परंपराएं इस देश के पर्यावरण को हम प्रकृति से जितना लें उसको देने की भी मनोवृत्ति। हम नदियों को माता के रूप में स्वीकार करते हैं, हमारी सारी जो पद्धति है उसमें हमारी वैज्ञानिकता को अवलंब दिया है धार्मिकता का। हमारे यहाँ जो भी बात कही है उसके पीछे विज्ञान खड़ा है, शोध खड़ा है। हमारे ऋषि मुनियों ने, मनीषियों ने, अभी कालांतर में अपन कहें कि आज के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं हर विषय के, जो हमारे टेक्निकल महानुभाव हैं, पुरातन काल से हमारे सारे तत्वज्ञ जो थे वो मनीषी हमारे ऋषि थे, जिन्होंने न केवल शोध किया, शोध करके उसको धार्मिक आधार पर समाज की व्यवस्था में स्थापित किया। हमारे यहाँ हर चीज जो है वो धार्मिक आधार पे कही गई है, लेकिन वो जुड़ा है उसका सवाल समाज की व्यवस्था से, प्रकृति से, हमारे सारे जीवन से। और जो हमारी मूल अवधारणा है प्रकृति से आदमी का कितना गहरा संबंध है, आप इससे अंदाज लगा सकते। हमारे चिंतन में है कि जितना प्रोपोर्शन आदमी के शरीर में पानी का है, इतने ही प्रोपोर्शन सृष्टि में पानी का है। प्रकृति के साथ हमारा क्या संबंध है, इसका एक ही उदाहरण देके बात खत्म करूंगा कि प्रकृति में भी अमावस पूनों में ये ज्वार भाटा आते, और मनुष्य के जीवन में भी जो मानसिक संतुलन में परिवर्तन आता है वो भी अमावस पूनों में आता है। जो विक्षिप्तता कहीं कहीं दिखाई देती है उसकी तिथि भी निर्धारित है। तो प्रकृति से हटके हमारा कोई अस्तित्व नहीं है। वनस्पतियों में भी हमारे यहाँ मूल रूप से जो अवधारणा है वो पंच महाभूतों की है। जो आवश्यकता मनुष्य के लिए है, जिस मनुष्य का निर्माण पंच महाभूत से हुआ है, वो ही निर्माण हमारे वनस्पतियों का और प्रकृति का है। और इसलिए हमारे यहां ये कहा गया कि प्रकृति का कम से कम दोहन, और प्रकृति से जितना हम लें उतना उन्हें देने का यह अभ्यास, ये प्रवृत्ति और ये हमारे यहां परिपाटी, इसके कारण अभी भी यदि कहीं ये सारी जो हमारे प्राकृतिक जो संतुलन है वो हमारे यहां इसी कारण से कुछ बना है। और आज इसी बात का विचार करने की जरूरत है पूरी दुनिया में। अभी आज ये नया कीट आया है, जैसे विवरण आ रहे हैं कि ये मानव निर्मित है, ये जो मनुष्य की पाशविकता है उसका दुष्परिणाम भी है, ऐसा भी एक पक्ष है। लेकिन मूल रूप से यदि पूरे दुनिया के सारे वातावरण को यदि अपन देखें तो जो भोगवादी और जो अन्य लोगों का जो विचार है उसके आधार पे हम जिस तरह से आज कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का और दीगर जो उत्सर्जन कर रहे हैं अपनी सुख सुविधाओं के लिए, जो अपन विषैली वायु छोड़ रहे हैं, उसके कारण ये सारा वातावरण, आज जो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की बात हो रही है, ये केवल हमारे मनुष्यों के अपनी सुख सुविधा के कारण हम ये सारी चीजें फैला रहे, इसमें हमारा विचार नहीं है। हमारे यहां तो ये था कि भैया यदि हम प्रकृति से लेते हैं, प्रकृति का उपभोग करते हैं, तो हमारे यज्ञ का वैशिष्ट्य है। हमारे यहाँ पानी में यदि हम लोग नर्मदा स्नान के लिए जाते हैं तो हम माने दूध वहां चढ़ाते हैं वहां के जीव जंतुओं को, जिससे कि भीतर का पर्यावरण ठीक रहे। मछलियों को चुलाने की हमारे यहाँ परंपरा है। तो हमारा यह कहना है कि आज हमें बहुत गहराई से आज इसकी चिंता करके हमें प्रकृति संतुलित रहे, इसके लिए और क्या कर सकते हैं। हमारे यहां अपने अवधारणा है कि हिंदू का घर वो माना जाएगा कि जिसके आंगन में तुलसी का बिरवा होगा। अब बॉटनिकल एक्सपर्ट जो है वो बताएंगे कि केवल विश्व में यही पौधा है जो केवल ऑक्सीजन छोड़ता है और इसके नंग नंग में औषधीय गुण है। WHO की भी रिपोर्ट है, कुछ वहां के जो तत्वज्ञ हैं उनकी रिपोर्ट है कि जिस घर में शयन कक्ष के सामने तुलसी है वहां मस्तिष्क ज्वर नहीं गया। 4 पत्ता यदि तुलसी के कोई लेता है तो उसको मलेरिया नहीं हुआ कभी। और ये सब बातें हमारे यहाँ जो बूढ़ी माताओं ने जो ट्रेडिशन में हमारे यहाँ जीवन में अप्लाई किया था, गोमूत्र से लेकर के सारी चीजें, आज हम इन सब चीजों को छोड़ करके, और यही मुसीबत आई है कि हमारे पास इतना इतना सामर्थ्य था लेकिन हमारे वैद्यों को वैद्य कहलाने में शर्म आती है। हमारा नाड़ी विज्ञान लगभग समाप्त प्राय है। जो सम चिकित्सा दुनिया को मार्गदर्शन कर सकती थी, दुनिया के और मुल्कों ने हमारे ज्ञान के आधार पे जो शोध किया, हम सब ने उसको भूल गए और हमारा वैद्य जो है वो डॉक्टर कहलाने में और बहुत आनंद का अनुभव करता है। उससे कहते हैं फीस ज्यादा मिल जाती है। तो हमारे जो ज्ञान है उसके आधार पे क्या है कि कोई भी औषधि वो वनस्पति बेस्ड है और इसलिए प्रकृति का संतुलन, प्रकृति में ये एक बार भगवान धन्वंतरी ने अपने शिष्यों से कहा कि जाओ, जो अभ्यास कर रहे थे आयुर्वेद का, तो बोले जाओ ढूंढ के लाओ बेकार वनस्पति कौन सी है। तो दिन भर अपने शिष्यों ने अन्वेषण किया और लौट करके आए कि साहब कोई भी वनस्पति बेकार नहीं है, सबका कोई ना कोई गुणधर्म है। इस बात को समझ करके अपने जीवन में अप्लाई करके ये संतुलन बना रहे। हमारे आचरण से, समाज जीवन के आचरण से और समाज के लिए कोई कष्ट तो पैदा नहीं हो रहा, ये अवधारणा बनाने की जरूरत है। और नहीं करेंगे तो हम जो देख रहे हैं ये बात और आगे जाएगी। मानव जीवन जो है वो खतरे में पड़ने वाला है। इसलिए पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से जो हमारे यहाँ की मूल धारणा है उसको अप्लाई करने की जरूरत है कि प्रकृति का कम से कम दोहन, प्रकृति को कम से कम डिस्टर्ब करना। मूल रूप से प्रकृति को हम देते हुए जो हम ले रहे हैं, यदि हम प्राणवायु ले रहे हैं तो प्राणवायु के लिए हमें जो आज वृक्ष जो है वो न केवल प्राणवायु का बल्कि आपके पानी का भी बैंक है। वृक्ष दो ही तरफा आपके जल के लिए अभी समस्या आती जा रही है दुनिया के बहुत से मुल्कों में और हमारे यहां भी, कि पानी के लिए भी वो स्थिति होगी जो अभी ऑक्सीजन की हुई थी। अभी पानी के लिए भी ये द्वंद्व शुरू होने वाला है। हम जिस तेजी से दोहन कर रहे हैं पानी का, लेकिन पानी संकलित करने का काम खत्म है। कोई जमाने में हम बरसात की फसल बोते ही नहीं थे। बरसात में हम खेत खुला छोड़ के रखते थे, पानी भरता था उसमें। तो वाटर लेवल, ग्राउंड वाटर लेवल हमारा, हम हवेली बंधान के एरिया, इटारसी जबलपुर के लोग, यहां पहले कभी बरसाती फसल लगाते ही नहीं थे। लबालब खेत भरे रहते थे 3 से 4 माह। और हमारा ग्राउंड वाटर लेवल, अभी हमने पार्लियामेंट में भी ये सवाल लगाया कि हम इसके लिए कोई मुआवजा दें बरसात का। अभी तो हम गर्मी की तक मूंग ले रहे हैं। कितना एक्सप्लॉइट करेंगे धरती को? धरती से हम जल ले रहे हैं तो उसको हमें जल देने का भी प्रबंध, वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग के कानून बने, कायदे बने, लेकिन उसको हमें अप्लाई करने की जरूरत है, तब यह संतुलन प्रकृति का बना रहेगा। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ की, विशेषकर हिंदुस्तान की दृष्टि से जो आर्थिक नीति और आर्थिक विकास की बात विषय में रखी है, उसका मूल कारण है कि कायदे से इनिशियल स्टेज में, स्वतंत्रता के बाद हमारे देश काल परिस्थिति के अनुरूप जो नीतियां हमें अख्तियार करना थी, हमारे और यूरोप के कंसेप्ट में परिस्थितियों में बहुत जमीन आसमान का अंतर है। यूरोप में संसाधन ज्यादा है, आदमी कम है। हमारे यहां आदमी ज्यादा है, संसाधन कम है। कल तक चीन की क्या स्थिति थी? आज चीन दुनिया की महाशक्ति बना है। क्यों? करेक्ट इकोनॉमी अप्लाई की चीन ने। हमारे देश में स्वतंत्रता के बाद जरूरत थी मैन बेस्ड इकोनॉमी, मानव आधारित आर्थिक रचना। हमने यूरोप पर रिहर्सल कर दिया। यूरोप में यदि कोई हम ऐसी मशीन इजाद करते हैं कि जिसमें 5 और 10 और 50 आदमियों की ताकत है, तो वहां उत्सव और आनंद होता है। और हमारे यहां यदि हम ऐसी मशीन अप्लाई करेंगे तो शायद चूल्हा नहीं जले, हम शोक मनाएंगे। जरूरत थी मैन बेस्ड इकोनॉमी की, जरूरत थी। आज जो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी को हिंदुस्तान के दिल दिमाग में स्थान प्राप्त हुआ है, वो इसलिए हुआ है कि हिंदुस्तान के जो चैलेंजेस थे, हिंदुस्तान की जो इकोनॉमी थी, उसके लिए, और गांधी का भी जो सपना था इस हिंदुस्तान में, गांव आधारित आर्थिक रचना, ये गांव का हिंदुस्तान है। लेकिन 50, 60, 70 साल तक जितनी घोर उपेक्षा, और ये अनुभव भी फिर से आया कोविड में कि सारी इकोनॉमी ठप, केवल गांव चलते रहे, अनाज उससे ज्यादा पैदा हुआ कोविड में। काश के 1947 में हमारी पंचवर्षीय योजनाओं में केवल सड़क यदि हम प्रायोरिटी नंबर 1 और 2 में रख देते तो हिंदुस्तान विश्व की महाशक्ति होता। सड़क हमारी प्रायोरिटी नंबर 16-17 में पंचवर्षीय योजनाओं, केवल 2-3 साल सड़क बना देते तो हमारे हिंदुस्तान का सामर्थ्य, कभी लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने कहा कि हम भीख का कटोरा लेके नहीं आए, स्वाभिमान के साथ इस हिंदुस्तान को खड़ा किया, जय जवान और जय किसान का नारा दिया, जिसे आगे चल के अटल जी ने जय विज्ञान का भी नारा उसमें जोड़ा। यदि हम ग्रामीण इकोनॉमी को यदि विचार कर लेते 47 के बाद, तो है क्या चीन के पास हमारे मुकाबले? पूरी दुनिया को हम मार्गदर्शन कर सकते थे, बहुत स्वाभिमान के साथ और ताकत के साथ दुनिया के राजनीतिक मंच पे हमारी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ होती। लेकिन गांव में घुटने तक कीच, स्कूल है नहीं, जानवरों की जगह लोगों को पढ़ाई का काम करा रहे हम, चिकित्सा को कोई प्रबंध नहीं, पेयजल का कोई इंतजाम नहीं। यदि कोई बीमार हो जाए तो 18-20 आदमी 2 नदियां पार करके यदि आ गया डॉक्टर के पास तक तो ठीक, नहीं तो जय श्री राम। ये दुष्परिणाम है आज। लेकिन देखने की जरूरत है कि अटल जी से आज तक, अभी टाइम बाउंड हमारे वर्तमान के जो पदाधिकारी, हम उस दल के इस कारण से नहीं बोल रहे हैं, कभी गांव में जो आज रचना हो रही है, गांव में जो रचनात्मकता दिखाई दे रही है, सुदूर कोने तक स्ट्रीट लाइट, सीमेंट सड़क, गांव में उनने कहा 2018 तक हम बिजली हिंदुस्तान का कोई मजरा टोला नहीं बचेगा हम बिजली दे करके, और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने जो घोषणा की इसलिए उनकी बात पे भरोसा किया जा सकता। ये हमें अप्लाई करना ही होगी। हिंदुस्तान यदि अपनी कमर पे खड़ा होना चाहता है तो उसका रास्ता केवल गांव गरीब और किसान से होकर के जाता है, अन्यथा हम कभी स्वाभिमान के साथ और ताकत के साथ खड़े हो ही नहीं सकते। हमारी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ का मूल आधार ये गांव गरीब और किसान, इससे पर्यावरण भी सुरक्षित रहेगा। यदि हमने अपना कितना नुकसान किया है, बच्चों के एजुकेशन का बंद कर देंगे, बच्चों के एजुकेशन का प्रबंध नहीं, कीच इतनी, रास्ता नहीं, गांव में बीमार हो तो मरने के अलावा कोई रास्ता नहीं। और इसलिए जो हमारा खेतीहर था, टेक्निकली खेती जिसकी पूंजी थी, जो दिशा माने मौसम पहचानता था, जो मट्टी देख करके बता देता था कि इसमें उपज कैसी होगी, हमारे जो पशु हैं उनको हाथ लगा करके बता देता था कि मालिक ले लो बहुत अच्छा है, कब बोनी होना चाहिए, कब कटनी होना चाहिए। बैलों का उपयोग करके हम कितनी ईंधन बचा सकते थे। कभी अंतरराष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्वर्गीय श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी जी ने कहा कि जितनी टोटल ऊर्जा की खपत है उसका 60% तो जानवर पूर्ति करते हैं। जो काम जानवर करते हैं उनसे 60% आपकी ऊर्जा की पूर्ति होती। सारे ट्रेडिशन हमने बदल दिए, इतने महंगे कल, आज हम रो रहे हैं डीजल के दाम पे, पेट्रोल के दाम पे। हमें बैल जो है वो गोबर भी देता था, हमारी जमीन भी जोतता था, और गौ माता को माता ऐसे ही नहीं कहा। जो कंसेप्ट है दुनिया में, हमारी जो देसी गाय है, अरे गाय पे हम कृपा नहीं करते, गाय हमें पालती है, गाय की शरण में ही जाना होगा। गोमूत्र में आज सारे मिनरल से, हमारी बूढ़ी माँ जो है, हमें याद है अमावस पूनो गोमूत्र देती थी, लीवर किडनी एकदम परफेक्ट, कोई चीज की जरूरत नहीं, कोई साइड इफेक्ट नहीं। गाय के अभी करना हो तो प्रयोग करके देख लीजिए, विषय से हट के कह रहा हूं कि कभी ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ा हो तो गाय के गले में हाथ डाल के, फिर कभी कोई भी जो सज्जन बैठे हैं, वो लगेगा रूढ़िवादी बात है, कभी उसके गले में हाथ डालिए 5 मिनट तक, वो फिर नाप लीजिए अपना ब्लड प्रेशर, कोई गोली की जरूरत नहीं। गाय के संपर्क में यदि है तो आधी बीमारी गाय ले लेती है, लेकिन वो गाय हमने छोड़ दी। पहले पर परिवार जो है 4 गाय होती थी, आज पूरे गांव में, शहर में हमें कोई अब गाय का जो नार निकलती थी वो कहीं दिखाई नहीं देती। अभी कुछ जगह काम शुरू हुआ है। ये जो हमने अपनी इकोनॉमी बदली है उसका दुष्परिणाम है। गाय के गोबर में कितने विलक्षण गुण हैं, यहाँ सब तत्वों के जानने वाले लोग बैठे हैं। अब काम शुरू हुआ है, उस पर सीएनजी भी बन रही है, दवाएं भी बन रही हैं बहुत। तो हमारा ये कहना था कि ये जो ग्रामीण इकोनॉमी है, यही हिंदुस्तान का रास्ता है, इसको लागू करना ही होगी। और गांव आधारित हमें आर्थिक रचना, अपने उद्योग धंधे कारखाने, अभी ये बहुत अच्छा स्टार्टअप और ये अपना कौशल विकास, ये 47 में अप्लाई करना था। केवल बाबू ही पैदा करने की फैक्ट्री हमने अपनी शिक्षा नीति में लागू अप्लाई कर दी। उस समय के समीक्षक कहते हैं कि मौलाना की जगह यदि रफीक अहमद किदवई को भी यदि एजुकेशन दे देते तो हमारी बॉडी बिल्डिंग, हमारा कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग कुछ और होता हिंदुस्तान का, नॉन टेक्निकल लोग। और आज जो सबसे बड़ी चीज है भाई साहब, कि सारी नीतियां अप्लाई करने के लिए हिंदुस्तान में नहीं, दुनिया के हर मुल्क में जो भरोसे की पर्सनालिटीज हैं, पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू के जमाने में सरकार के बाहर इतने वैशिष्ट प्राप्त लोग थे कि जिन्हें देख करके देश ने चल लिया। पंडित जी से बहुत बड़ी पर्सनालिटी के लोग समाज के बाहर थे, सरकार के बाहर थे। आचार्य कृपलानी, नरेंद्र देव जी, डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया, लोकनायक जयप्रकाश नारायण, पटवर्धन और राजगोपालाचार्य जी, इनकी प्रामाणिकता ऐसी थी कि इन्हें देख करके देश ने चल लिया। आज हम क्या करें? जो आज पर्सनालिटी है उसको भी किस तरह से नीचा दिखाने का प्रयास होता है, तो ये देश चलेगा कैसे? इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ आएगी कैसे? जब तक सारे लोग भरोसे से नेशनल इश्यूज पे कम से कम हम अपने राजनीति की जुतियां जो है वो राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों पर बाहर उतार के आएंगे। नेशनल इश्यूज पे क्या एंगल होना चाहिए, ये कभी अन्य हमारे विरोधी दल के नेताओं ने भी किया, और विशेषकर पंडित अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने, कि नेशनल इश्यूज पे हमें, हाँ राजनीति में जो कुछ भी लाभ नुकसान होगा हम देखेंगे, लेकिन नेशनल इश्यूज पे हमारा रोल क्या प्ले होना चाहिए। आज ये कोविड के मामले में किस तरह का रोल प्ले हुआ है? यह राष्ट्रीय मुद्दा है, जीवन का सवाल है, लोग जी ले, और हम इस तरह से कोई भी फिक्रा, कोई भी नारा, कोई भी भ्रम पैदा करते हैं तो देश चल नहीं सकता। देश को चलाने के लिए हमें अपनी पर्सनालिटी, जिसकी बात देश माने, ये हमें गढ़ना होगी। जो है उन्हें और समाप्त हम करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, देश में अराजकता की स्थिति आएगी। और केवल आज के अवसर पे मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं, विशेषकर हिंदुस्तान को दृष्टिगत रखते हुए, दुनिया के और मुल्कों का हमें तजुर्बा कम है, जितना हम पढ़ते हैं। इजराइल का सबसे कम पानी में जिस तरह से खेती इजराइल कर रहा है, अन्य और जो मुल्क हैं उनके अलग अलग विवरण सारे आप लोग यहाँ विषय विशेषज्ञ बैठे। हिंदुस्तान के परिप्रेक्ष्य में हमारा कहना है, मैन बेस्ड इकोनॉमी, ग्राम आधारित आर्थिक रचना और प्रकृति के संतुलन के लिए हमें प्रकृति का कम से कम दोहन, और प्रकृति का जितना दोहन हम करें उसको उतना देने की प्रवृत्ति, ये पैदा करने का काम इस देश में जो आपका विषय हो उसकी सार्थकता को प्रमाणित करेंगे, ठीक करेंगे। इस दृष्टि से हमारी निवेदन था। वैसे तो हम आपके इसमें सीखने के लिए आज यहाँ उपस्थित हुए, इतने विषय विशेषज्ञ यहाँ आए कि उनको सुनकर के हम प्रेरणा लेना चाहते हैं। अभी तो हम लोगों का जितना अनुभव है समाज जीवन में घूमते फिरते हैं, टोटल पॉलिटिकल सर्किल के प्रति आज जो भाव पैदा हो रहा है देश में, ये भी बड़ी क्राइसिस है। टोटल पॉलिटिकल सर्किल के प्रति जो अनास्था का भाव बन रहा है, ये भी डेमोक्रेसी के लिए ठीक नहीं है। हमारी जो ग्रोथ है, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ है, वो पर्यावरण की ग्रोथ है, उससे जुड़ा सवाल है। कि पत्थर, माइलस्टोन, जिनको देख करके हमें चलना, आगे पीछे जाना चाहिए, नीतियों को अख्तियार करना चाहिए, उनके संबंध से भी, उनके आचरण के संबंध से भी। ये भी एक विषय इसके अंतर्गत ही है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। तो हम सारे लोग मिलकर के, आपका एक अच्छा प्रयास है, पूरे दुनिया के सारे लोगों के ज्ञान का उपयोग अपन अपने देश के हित में कर पाएंगे, इतनी मुझे लगता है। आपने समय दिया, इसके लिए हम आपको कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करते हैं। तो निर्मल का सबके दर्शन करने का अवसर दिया, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय कैलाश सोनी जी, राज्यसभा सदस्य भारतीय जनता पार्टी। निश्चित रूप से आपका विषय एक अच्छे इकोनॉमिस्ट, सोशलिस्ट के जैसे था। कोई भी नहीं कह सकता कि आपने जो विषय रखा है, सबसे बड़ी बात मैन बेस्ड इकोनॉमी, मानव आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था होनी चाहिए। बिल्कुल आपका सही कंसेप्ट था कि हम यूरोप की पॉलिसी अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं, ये हमारे लिए बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। गांव, गरीब और किसान, इकोनॉमी का मूल आधार ये होना चाहिए, और आज इसी के कारण आज हमारे सामने समस्या आ रही है। हमारे जो भी जो संस्कृति है वो सबका आधार शोध हो, ये आपने बताया। और आपने कहा कि केवल हमको पर्यावरण से लेना नहीं, हमको देना है। निश्चित रूप से आपका विषय हम सब के लिए बड़ा मार्गदर्शन का काम करेगा। और धन्यवाद कि आप आज हमारी संस्था में आए और आपने बहुत ही अच्छा जमीन से जुड़ा अर्थशास्त्र के नाते, एक समाज शास्त्र के नाते आपने विषय रखा। आपका हम सब बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं। संस्था आपके उज्जवल भविष्य और अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना करते हुए पुनः आपसे हम ऐसे ही मार्गदर्शन की अपेक्षा करते हैं। धन्यवाद माननीय कैलाश सोनी जी, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट। मैं इसके बाद निवेदन करना चाहूंगा, हमारे बीच में डॉक्टर अनिल कोठार जी भी हैं और प्रोफेसर टी.आर. थापक जी भी हैं। सर रिक्वेस्ट है कि डॉक्टर अनिल सर को भी जाना है तुरंत किसी मीटिंग में, तो मैं डॉक्टर अनिल कोठार जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आज के इस शुभ अवसर पर अपना विषय रखेंगे। इसके बाद मान्यवर प्रोफेसर टी.आर. थापक सर हमारे आज के शोध छात्र प्रोफेसरों को मार्गदर्शन देंगे। तो मैं डॉक्टर अनिल कोठार सर, डायरेक्टर हैं आप एमपीसीएसटी के, आपसे मैं निवेदन करूंगा डायरेक्टर जनरल मध्य प्रदेश काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी भोपाल, आज की इस शुभ अवसर पर हम सबको संबोधित करें। डॉक्टर अनिल कोठार
सभी को नमस्कार। परम सम्मानीय कैलाश सोनी साहब, जिनको हम सारगर्भित रूप से, जिन्होंने अपने अनुभव और ज्ञान से हम लोगों को एक दृष्टि दी है कि किस तरीके से आर्थिक विकास और पर्यावरण के बीच में एक संतुलन करके हमें काम करना चाहिए। जो सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन द्वारा जो आज विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस पे इतना महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया जा रहा है, मेरे गुरु मैं कह सकता हूँ माननीय थापक साहब, उनको नमस्कार। और कार्यक्रम में आदरणीय भरत शरण साहब, डॉक्टर अखिलेश पांडे साहब, डॉक्टर रविंद्र साहब और डॉक्टर विश्वकर्मा जी जो सेक्रेटरी हैं, और पूरे विश्व से आपने एक किस तरीके से हम पर्यावरण और आर्थिक विकास में दृष्टि होना चाहिए उसको केंद्रित करके जो कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया है, सभी को बहुत नमस्कार और अभिनंदन। मैं आज बस यही कहना चाहूंगा पर्यावरण दिवस के अवसर पर कि आज यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने हम लोगों के सामने एक थीम दी है विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस की, इकोसिस्टम रीस्टोरेशन, कि हम जो प्रकृति के साथ मानव का संतुलन है उसको हम किस तरीके से कायम करें। और ये 10 वर्ष के लिए अभूतपूर्व तरीके से 2021 से 2030 तक, क्योंकि ये अनुभव में आया है कि हमने विकास की जो अनियंत्रित दौड़ है, वो औद्योगिकरण की हो या किसी भी अन्य क्षेत्र की, एक जो विकास की हमारी अवधारणा थी और जो एक तथाकथित हमारी आधुनिक जीवन शैली थी, उसने सबका अनुभव है कि हमारे पूरे इकोसिस्टम को, पूरे पर्यावरण को एक गंभीर क्षति पहुंचाई है। आज ऐसी कोई चीज बाकी नहीं रह गई है, चाहे वो जल की बात हो, जमीन की बात हो, जंगल की बात हो, हम आकाश भी प्रदूषित हो चुका, वायु हमारी प्रदूषित हो चुकी, और जो बायोडायवर्सिटी थी, जैव विविधता थी, उसका बहुत ह्रास हुआ है इस पूरी हमारी मानव निर्मित कार्य प्रणाली की वजह से। आज इसी पर्यावरणीय असंतुलन की वजह से हम देखते हैं कि पिछले 1.5 वर्ष से अधिक समय से सबका बहुत कठिन अनुभव है कि हम कोविड-19 जैसी व्याधियों से, महामारियों से जूझ रहे। आज सृष्टि और मानव सभ्यता के ऊपर अस्तित्व के संकट का सवाल है। हम दैहिक रूप से ही नहीं, मानसिक रूप से भी यदि हम बात करें तो विभिन्न तरह की परेशानियों से हम जूझ रहे हैं। और उन सब का यदि हम कारण देखते हैं मूल में, तो मुख्य कारणों में हमारा एक पर्यावरणीय जो असंतुलन है, जो इकोसिस्टम का ह्रास हुआ है, वो हम लोगों के बीच में समझ में आता है। यदि भारतीय परिप्रेक्ष्य में मैं यदि कहूँ तो हम, जैसा कि अभी आदरणीय बाबू जी कह रहे थे, कि हम एक स्वर्णिम भारत थे जहाँ हमारी वेल्थ, हेल्थ और हैप्पीनेस सब कायम थी। उसकी एक बात ही अलग थी और उसका मूल कारण ये था कि हमारी जो भारतीय एक ऋषि परंपरा थी, एक ज्ञान परंपरा थी, जो भारतीय हमारी दृष्टि थी, एक चिंतन थी, और जो हमारे कार्य थे, उसमें पर्यावरण और प्रकृति हम हर रूप में हमारे भारतीय चिंतन में एक पूजक की तरह रहे। और हम सह अस्तित्व के साथ प्रकृति से जीने में विश्वास करने वाले एक सभ्यता है, और एक दूसरे पे अवलंबित होने की हम कल्पना को मानते हैं कि हम यदि हम प्रकृति का बचाव कर रहे हैं मतलब अपना खुद का बचाव कर रहे हैं। तो इस सह अस्तित्व को जियो और जीने दो की कल्पना में एक भारतीय चिंतन था, भारतीय दृष्टि थी। पर्यावरण के जैसा कि कहा कि हम संरक्षण, संवर्धन और उसके सह अस्तित्व के साथ जीने में हम विश्वास करते थे। लेकिन आज भारत भी बहुत प्रभावित है, तथाकथित हमारी अपने भी जो विकास की अवधारणा और जिस तरीके की गतिविधियां हुई, तो आज चुनौती सबके सामने है। तो उसका कारण क्या हो? उसका कारण यही है कि हम जो इकोसिस्टम का संतुलन है उसको हम किस तरीके से रिस्टोर करें ताकि हम प्रकृति के साथ एक ठीक तरीके से विकास की अवधारणा को पैदा करते हुए रह सकें। तो सवाल ये आता है कि हम हमारे आज जो विषय है कि हमारे विकास की, समग्र विकास की अवधारणा क्या है, हम पर्यावरणीय संतुलन को हम किस तरीके से पा सकें। और मेन मुख्य रूप से जो इस अनियंत्रित जीवन शैली और विकास की बात है उसके मूल में आर्थिक अर्थ। तो हमारी आर्थिक विकास की भी अवधारणा क्या हो, हम प्रकृति से किस तरीके से सामंजस्य बिठाते हुए हम आर्थिक विकास को भी कायम रखें और प्रकृति के साथ सह अस्तित्व के सिद्धांत के साथ भी रह सकें। आदरणीय बाबू जी ने अभी एक हमको दृष्टि दी कि हमें एक ग्राम स्वराज्य की, मैन मेड की, एक ग्राम आधारित जो हमारी भारतीय परंपरा थी, जो हमारी चिंतन था, प्रकृति के साथ रहते हुए केवल उसका दोहन नहीं, हमें उसके साथ रहना। तो ये मेरा आज यही कहना है कि हमें लौटना होगा, हमें अपनी पुरानी जो परंपराएं हैं, जो चिंतन है, जो हमारे कार्य थे, हमें उस पर ध्यान देना होगा कि वो एक बेहतर तरीका था जब हम जिए और जीने दो के साथ प्रकृति के साथ एक खुशहाल तरीके से रहते थे, और हेल्थ, वेल्थ और हैप्पीनेस जो एक मानव जीवन का, मानव सभ्यता का एक अंतिम लक्ष्य है, वो पाके रहते थे। आज इस अवसर पे आपने पूरे विश्व से बड़े बड़े विशेषज्ञों को आपने आमंत्रित किया हुआ। हमारे बड़े बड़े अग्रज शिक्षाविद और मार्गदर्शक हम लोगों के बीच में मौजूद हैं। मुझे पूरी आशा ही नहीं, पूर्ण विश्वास है कि ये अवसर हमें एक ऐसा रोड मैप और दृष्टि प्रदान करेगा सबके मार्गदर्शन से कि हम कहीं इस आर्थिक विकास और पर्यावरण इसको संतुलित तरीके से कायम रखते हुए आगे जा पाएंगे। मध्य प्रदेश काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में बहुत तरह के प्रोग्राम को हम स्पॉन्सर्ड भी करते हैं और उनको टेक्निकल और हर तरह का मार्गदर्शन और सपोर्ट भी देते हैं। तो किसी भी तरह का मध्य प्रदेश काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी से सहयोग अपेक्षित होगा। आपकी कोई योजना है, कोई रिसर्च वर्क है, कोई सेमिनार है, वर्कशॉप है, कॉन्फ्रेंस है, हम सहज रूप से तैयार हैं आपको सपोर्ट करने के लिए, आपका साथ देने के लिए, आपके साथ आगे बढ़ने। मुझे इस अवसर पे आपने बुलाया, मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ अध्यापक साहब का कि मैं बुलाया, ये मेरे लिए सम्मान की बात है। तो मेरी शुभकामनाओं के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर अनिल कोठार जी, डायरेक्टर जनरल मध्य प्रदेश काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी भोपाल। निश्चित रूप से आपका विज्ञान और पर्यावरण के क्षेत्र में विगत कई वर्षों से काम है और आपके इस मार्गदर्शन से हमारी संस्था, हमारे शोध छात्र को लाभ प्राप्त होगा। आपने व्यस्त समय में से हम सबको समय दिया और हमारे इस सफल आयोजन को और सफल बनाया। पूरी संस्था आपके अच्छे स्वास्थ्य, उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना करते हुए आपको पुनः एक बार धन्यवाद देती है। तो भविष्य में ही ऐसे ही आपके सहयोग की अपेक्षा करती है। धन्यवाद। अब मैं उच्च हस्ती को बुलाना चाहूंगा, प्रोफेसर टी.आर. थापक सर, वाइस चांसलर महाराजा छत्रसाल, वो बुंदेलखंड यूनिवर्सिटी छतरपुर मध्य प्रदेश। युवाओं के मार्गदर्शक, सहज व्यक्तित्व और शिक्षा और पर्यावरण, केवल किताबी ज्ञान नहीं, जीवन में शिक्षा को अपनाना और चुनौती को स्वीकार करना उस चुनौती को स्वीकार करते हुए बुंदेलखंड जैसे क्षेत्र में जहां आर्थिक और सामाजिक समस्या है, जहां पर्यावरणीय समस्या है, ऐसे स्थान पर काम करके आपने एक मॉडल के रूप में अपने आप को स्थापित किया है। जब मैं वहां गया और जब मैंने सर के बारे में सुना तो निश्चित रूप से युवाओं के प्रति उनका जो मार्गदर्शन का काम है, उनको जो सहयोग का काम है, एक वाइस चांसलर ना होकर एक विद्यार्थी के साथ काम करने वाले ऐसे हम सबके मार्गदर्शक सरल व्यक्तित्व, मैं प्रोफेसर टी.आर. थापक सर से निवेदन करूंगा कि आज के इस शुभ अवसर पर आपका मार्गदर्शन हम सब के लिए पाथे के रूप में होगा। प्रोफेसर टी.आर. थापक सर।
नमस्कार, आवाज सुनाई दे रही है मेरी आपको? हेलो
जी 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 भाई सर जी।
आज के इस अच्छे आयोजन के लिए मैं पहले तो सभी आयोजकों को बधाई देता हूं। इस वेबिनार में उपस्थित हमारे परम आदरणीय सोनी जी, आदरणीय भरत सरन सिंह जी, आदरणीय प्रोफेसर अखिलेश पांडे जी, आदरणीय कोठारी जी, आदरणीय रविंद्र जी, यहाँ पर ढेर सारे विद्वान जन जिनको कि मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से जानता हूं, पूरे इस आयोजन का संचालन कर रहे आदरणीय विश्वकर्मा जी, यहाँ पर उपस्थित प्राध्यापक बंधुओं, यहाँ के जो आपके पूरे इस वेबिनार में जुड़े हुए लाखों हमारे साथीगण, भाइयों एवं मातृशक्ति, आपने बहुत अच्छा विषय चुना है। इसके लिए मैं आपकी पूरी टीम को बधाई देता हूं। मैं थोड़ी सी बात कह के आपने मुझे अवसर दिया, थोड़ा सा चर्चा करता हूं। पर्यावरण और आर्थिक विकास की हम बात करें तो सबसे पहले हम पर्यावरण पर चर्चा करें। पर्यावरण और आर्थिक विकास जो है वो एक समसामयिक विषय है। पर्यावरण क्या है? पर्यावरण हम और हमारे आसपास का जो वातावरण है, हमारे अलावा जो आसपास का सारा वातावरण, जो सारा स्थान है, वो पर्यावरण है। वह सभी कुछ जो हम चारों ओर देखते हैं, अनुभव करते हैं, जिनसे हमारा इंटरेक्शन होता है, जिन पर हमारा अन्य जीवों का जीवन निर्भर करता है, पर्यावरण कहलाता है। मानव पर्यावरण जो इंटरेक्शन है वो उससे हम जीवन किस प्रकार पर्यावरण से प्रभावित होता है, उसके लिए कुछ प्रश्नों के उत्तर खोजने होंगे। बड़े सरल भाषा में मैं बात कर रहा हूं। जीवित रहने के लिए हम सांस लेते हैं। सांस लेने के लिए ये वायु कहां से मिलती है? जीवित रहने के लिए भोजन की आवश्यकता होती है। भोजन कहाँ मिलता है? जीवित रहने के लिए हमें पानी की आवश्यकता होती है। पानी कहाँ से आता है? सुरक्षित जीवन यापन करने के लिए हमें मकान की आवश्यकता होती है। उस मकान में को बनाने के लिए किन चीजों की आवश्यकता होती है? ये चीजें कहाँ से आती हैं, कहाँ से प्राप्त होती हैं? पेड़ों से हमें क्या प्राप्त होता है? फसलों का उत्पादन कैसे बढ़ाया जाता है? उसके स्रोत कहाँ से प्राप्त होते हैं, कहाँ से मिलते हैं? बारिश क्यों होती है? उसका संतुलन क्यों बिगड़ रहा है? पालतू जानवर क्या हैं? आदि आदि ये प्रश्न आपको अपने इस विषय के उत्तर स्वयं देंगे। ये सब मानव के भौतिक व प्राकृतिक पर्यावरण के साथ इंटरेक्शन, अंतः क्रिया के हिस्से हैं। इसके अलावा हमारी अंतः क्रिया हमारे समाज से भी होती है। क्या हम अन्य मानवों के न होने पर अकेले रह पाएंगे? अपना जीवन चला पाएंगे? इसी अंत निर्भरता को पहचानना व उसके विभिन्न पहलुओं का अध्ययन करना हम पर्यावरण अध्ययन में करते हैं। इसी प्रकार वह स्थान जहां हम रहते हैं, जो कार्य हम करते हैं, जो भोजन हम खाते हैं, हमारे सामाजिक रीति रिवाज, संस्कृति, हमारा लोक साहित्य, सामाजिक संस्थाएं आदि सभी पर्यावरण के अंग है। प्रतिदिन हमारी इनसे इंटरैक्शन होता है, अंतःक्रिया होती है, और इस इंटरैक्शन के फलस्वरूप हमारे अनुभवों में वृद्धि होती है। इसी प्रकार प्राप्त अनुभव पर्यावरण की समान अथवा अलग परिस्थितियों से निपटने में हमारी सहायता करते हैं। अतः कहा जा सकता है कि मानव अपने और पर्यावरण के बीच होने वाली अंतःक्रिया की उपज है। अभी कल ही भास्कर में कुछ लिखा था, उसका मैं संक्षिप्त में थोड़ी सी बात करना चाहता हूं। जीवन शैली के वो 6 बड़े बदलाव जिन्हें अपनाकर हम पर्यावरण को काफी हद तक बचा सकते हैं। विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस पर ये बातें कुछ पर्यावरणविदों ने कही, उन्हें मैं उल्लेखित करना इस अवसर पर उचित समझता हूं। पहला है भोजन की बर्बादी रोकेंगे। भोजन की बर्बादी रोकेंगे तो 70 लाख टन ग्रीन हाउस गैस का उत्सर्जन कम हो सकता है। पेपर मग, जिससे हम लोग चाय पीते हैं, पेपर मग का उपयोग बंद करने पर 65 लाख पेड़ों को बचा सकते हैं। लैपटॉप, वाईफाई बंद करेंगे तो कार्बन उत्सर्जन 16% तक घट सकता है। कार की स्पीड 70 से कम रखेंगे तो प्रदूषण 8% कम होगा। एक पेड़ लगाकर हम 1 टन कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड कम कर सकते हैं। घर में वाटर रिचार्जिंग हो तो प्राकृतिक आपदा भी रोकी जा सकती है। तो बंधु, पर्यावरण और आर्थिक विकास पर थोड़ी सी चर्चा कर ली जाए। आर्थिक विकास एक देश की उन्नति के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। एक देश तभी विकसित माना जाता है जब वह अपने नागरिकों को पर्याप्त मात्रा में रोजगार मुहैया करा सके, जिससे वहां के निवासी की गरीबी से छुटकारा पाकर एक अच्छा जीवन व्यतीत कर सके। इस तरह का विकास आय में असमानता को कम करता है। जितनी ज्यादा मात्रा में एक देश की आर्थिक तरक्की होती है, उसके राजस्व में वृद्धि होती है और सरकार में बेरोजगारी और गरीबी से जुड़ी हुई समस्याएं खत्म होती हैं। सब्सिडी योजनाओं का खर्च उतना ही कम होता है। वह सरकार अपने राजस्व को अन्य महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रों में कार्यों में खर्च कर सकती है। इस संबंध में पर्यावरण एक देश के आर्थिक उन्नति में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है। एक राष्ट्र के विकास का एक बड़ा हिस्सा विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में उत्पादन से जुड़ा है। प्राकृतिक संसाधनों जैसे पानी, जीवाश्म ईंधन, मिट्टी जैसे प्राकृतिक संसाधनों की आवश्यकता विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में होती है। जैसा कि हम देखते हैं कि एक देश के विकास के लिए काफी ज्यादा मात्रा में भूमि अधिग्रहित कर ली जाती है, जिसके चलते पेड़ों को काट दिया जाता है। इसी तरह विकास के नाम पर गैर नवीकरणीय स्रोतों जैसे जीवांश ईंधन, पानी और खनिज का काफी तेजी से उपयोग किया जा रहा है, जिसके कारण पृथ्वी द्वारा इन्हें फिर से प्रतिस्थापित नहीं किया जा पा रहा है। ग्लोबल वार्मिंग और संसाधनों के रिक्तीकरण ने विश्व भर के निवासियों को प्रभावित किया है, जिससे वे इस प्रगति के लाभ का आनंद नहीं ले पा रहे हैं। हालांकि आर्थिक मामलों के विषय में समझ रखने वाले लोगों का मानना है कि शहर के विस्तारीकरण, फ्लाईओवर के निर्माण एवं औद्योगिक क्षेत्रों की स्थापना के लिए पेड़ों की कटाई कई बार आवश्यक प्रतीत होती है। उनका तर्क है कि पर्यावरणीय और आर्थिक चुनौतियों को एक खांचे में रखना ठीक नहीं है। हालांकि उनका यह मानना भी है कि विकासात्मक परियोजनाओं को पारित करने से पहले उनके संभावित पर्यावरण पहलुओं पर संवेदनशीलता के साथ विचार किया जाना चाहिए। मित्रों, आज बहुत सारे विद्वान बैठे हैं। आप लोग पर्यावरण संतुलन की आवश्यकता पर बात करेंगे, पर्यावरण के महत्व पर बात करेंगे, आर्थिक विकास की बात करेंगे, लेकिन इससे संबंधित कुछ चुनौतियों के बारे में चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। चुनौतियां जो हैं वो पर्यावरणीय लागत की तुलना में मौद्रिक लागत को अधिक महत्व देना, अर्थात हमारी जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए हमें पर्यावरण को कम महत्व देना, यह हमारी चुनौती है। कई बार देखा गया है कि पर्यावरण के मुद्दे पर विभिन्न सरकारी एजेंसियों में सह संयोजन का अभाव है। सामान्यतः सरकारों का प्रयास होता है कि पर्यावरण संरक्षण हर हाल में किया जाए, मगर जमीनी स्तर पर ऐसा नहीं दिखाई देता है। तो इन चुनौतियों को भी हमें ध्यान में रखना होगा। मित्रों, पर्यावरण और सतत विकास के बारे में 1915 के यूनाइटेड नेशन सतत विकास शिखर सम्मेलन UN सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट समिट में विश्व प्रमुख सतत विकास के लिए कुछ लक्ष्य निर्धारित किए हैं। वे कुछ इस प्रकार से हैं, मैं उन्हें संक्षिप्त में थोड़ी सी आपको बताना चाहता हूं। उन्होंने जो लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है वह है पूरे विश्व से गरीबी का खात्मा किया जाए, सभी को पूरे तरीके से रोजगार और अच्छा कार्य प्रदान करके सतत आर्थिक विकास को बढ़ावा दिया जाए, महिलाओं के लैंगिक समानता और सशक्तिकरण के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करना चाहिए, पानी की स्थिरता को बनाए रखना और सभी के लिए स्वच्छता के उपायों को सुनिश्चित करना, बिना उम्र के भेदभाव किए सभी के लिए स्वस्थ जीवन को बढ़ावा देना, सभी के लिए आजीवन पढ़ने और सीखने का अवसर प्रदान करना चाहिए, स्थायी कृषि व्यवस्था, पौष्टिक भोजन की उपलब्धता, देश के बीच असमानता कम करना, सभी के लिए सुरक्षित और सतत मानव आवास प्रदान करना, जल स्रोतों का संरक्षण करना और उनका सतत विकास करना, वस्तुओं का सही उत्पादन और उपभोग करना, सभी को सतत ऊर्जा मुहैया कराना आदि जो है नव विचार को बढ़ावा देना और सतत औद्योगिकीकरण का निर्माण करना, जलवायु परिवर्तन से निपटने के उपायों को अपनाना, स्थानीय तथा वन पर्यावरण तंत्र को पुनर्स्थापित किया जाए जिससे मिट्टी में हो रही गिरावट को रोका जा सके, प्रभावी और जिम्मेदार संस्थानों का निर्माण करना जिससे कि सभी को हर स्तर पर न्याय मिल सके। ये कुछ बातें हमारे आने वाले भविष्य के लिए चुनौतियां हैं जिन्हें हमें उतरना है। भारत में पर्यावरण संरक्षण हेतु उठाए गए कदम जो कि मील के पत्थर साबित हुए हैं, उनकी 2-3 के बारे में आपको चर्चा करना मैं समसामयिक समझता हूं। हमारे देश में चिपको आंदोलन जो कि अंधाधुंध पेड़ों के कटाव को रोकने से संबंधित है, गुजरात व केरल के लोगों को न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट के विरुद्ध आंदोलन, भोपाल गैस पीड़ितों के द्वारा बढ़ते औद्योगों की प्रदूषण के विरुद्ध कठोर कदम उठाना, उड़ीसा के लोगों का बालको परियोजना का विरोध करना, चिल्का झील में प्रॉन फार्मिंग, ये जो हमारे यहाँ कुछ ऐसे कदम थे, कुछ ऐसे आंदोलन थे जो कि इस संदर्भ में मील का पत्थर साबित हो रहे हैं। अंत में मैं अपनी बात को इस निष्कर्ष के साथ समाप्त करना चाहता हूं कि सतत विकास की अवधारणा हमारे संसाधनों का के उपभोग से जुड़ी है। अगर प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का पुनर्भंडारण से पहले इस तरीके से तेजी से उपयोग होता रहा तो यह हमारे पर्यावरण का स्तर पूरी तरह से बिगाड़ देगा, और अगर इस पर अभी से ध्यान नहीं दिया गया तो इस प्रदूषण के कारण हमारी प्राकृतिक संसाधन पर्याप्त मात्रा में नहीं बच सकेंगे, जिससे आने वाले समय में यह हमारे विनाश का कारण बन जाएगा। इसलिए यह काफी आवश्यक है कि हम अपने पर्यावरण को ध्यान में रखते हुए सतत विकास के लक्ष्य को पाने का प्रयास करें। आर्थिक विकास का आनंद लेने के लिए यह काफी जरूरी है कि हम पर्यावरण संसाधनों के संरक्षण को विशेष महत्व दें। पर्यावरण और आर्थिक विकास के संतुलन के मध्य संतुलन स्थापित करना काफी आवश्यक है। इस प्रकार से प्राप्त हुई तरक्की का आनंद न सिर्फ हम ले पाएंगे बल्कि हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ियां भी इससे लाभान्वित हो सकेंगी। आपने मुझे यहाँ पर बुलाया, मुझे बोलने का अवसर दिया, मैं इसके लिए आपको धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। आप पूरी टीम को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, आपको साधुवाद देता हूँ। आपने इतना अच्छा आयोजन किया, बड़े बड़े विद्वान लोग बैठे हैं, उनको सुनने का अवसर दिया। आप सभी इस कार्यक्रम के लिए, इस कार्य के लिए साधुवाद के पात्र हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत, नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर टी.आर. थापक सर। निश्चित रूप में जो आपने जो विषय रखा, इसमें प्रमुख आर्थिक विकास का आनंद लेने के लिए सतत विकास की आवश्यकता है, और अगर सतत विकास नहीं होगा तो आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए बड़ी चुनौती होगा। आपने अनेक आंदोलनों के बारे में बताया, इसमें चिपको आंदोलन बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। आपने पर्यावरण और सतत विकास के लिए जो आवश्यक है, इसमें गरीबी खत्म करना, पानी, स्वास्थ्य, पौष्टिक भोजन, असमानता, आवास, जल स्रोतों को बचाना, ऐसे अनेक विषयों को हमारे शोध छात्रों के बीच में, हमारे मेंबरों के बीच में रखा। जैसा कि आपका स्वभाव है, सरल व्यक्तित्व है, उसी तरह आपने सरल भाषा में और बड़े से बड़ा विषय हम सबके बीच में रखा। निश्चित रूप से आपका जो मार्गदर्शन है कि आर्थिक विकास का आनंद लेने के लिए सतत विकास की आवश्यकता है, वही आने वाली पीढ़ी की आवश्यकता है। इसी विषय को हम सब जन जन तक पहुंचाएंगे, और आपके आशीष वचन, आपका मार्गदर्शन हम सब के लिए पाथे के रूप में काम करेगा। इसी आशा और विश्वास के साथ पुनः आपका धन्यवाद, आपके उज्जवल भविष्य और अच्छे स्वास्थ्य की कामना करते हुए हम सब आपका पुनः धन्यवाद देते हैं। और ऐसी मार्गदर्शन हम सब युवाओं को आपसे अपेक्षा है, जिससे हम आप सबके मार्ग पर चलकर भारत को एक आर्थिक महाशक्ति बना सकें, विकास और चुनौती जो हमारे सम्मुख है उससे लड़ सकें, और भारत पुनः विश्व गुरु बने, जिसमें आप सबका मार्गदर्शन बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। इसी आशा और विश्वास के साथ धन्यवाद सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा हम सबके मार्गदर्शक प्रोफेसर अलकेश पांडे सर, वाइस चांसलर विक्रम यूनिवर्सिटी उज्जैन और एडवाइजरी बोर्ड मेंबर ऑफ सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन। निश्चित रूप से आज जो विज्ञान है, उस विज्ञान को जो भविष्य के लिए हम कैसे उपयोग कर सकें, वो यह विज्ञान विनाश की ओर ना जाए, ये विकास की ओर जाए, इसी दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं हम सबके मार्गदर्शक वाइस चांसलर। पुनः हम आपका स्वागत करते हैं। वी वेलकम एनिकोला मैम एंड हामिद नवाज साहब फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान and all the international personality who already joined this conference. We welcome once again, and I request Vice Chancellor of Vikram University to start your speech. Welcome, sir.
सबसे पहले मैं अपने वरिष्ठ प्रोफेसर टी.आर. थापक साहब जो सामने बिल्कुल दिख रहे हैं, मैं नमस्कार कर रहा हूं। उनकी नगरी है ये विक्रम विश्वविद्यालय, उनका अपना कार्य क्षेत्र, मतलब सर की नगरी है ये। मैं बिना उनकी परमिशन के तो कुछ बोल भी नहीं सकता। आज इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच में परम सम्मानीय श्री कैलाश सोनी जी, अभी आपने उनको सुना और बहुत अच्छा उन्होंने ग्रामीण विकास की अवधारणा पे, इन्वायरमेंट एंड इकोनॉमिक्स पे जो बोला। हमारे बीच में थापक सर जो है वो आप देख रहे हैं, हम सभी लोगों के वरिष्ठ हैं और उनका बहुत लंबा अनुभव टेक्नोलॉजी, और खासतौर से आप केमिस्ट्री के प्रोफेसर हैं। अभी आप लोगों ने देखा कि काफी इसमें उन्होंने इसको विस्तार से बताया। हमारे बीच में हमारे अपने डायरेक्टर जनरल डॉक्टर अनिल कोठारी जी भी आप इस कार्यक्रम में थे। हमारे बीच में मैं देख रहा हूं कि पंडित रविशंकर शुक्ल विश्वविद्यालय से ब्रह्मे साहब भी इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं, और बाहर से भी हमारे बहुत सारे फॉरेन डेलीगेट्स भी इसमें हैं। और खास तौर से विश्वकर्मा जी, मैं जबलपुर में 25 साल रहा हूं, और आप सभी लोग हमारे मित्र हैं, और खास तौर से इसमें बहुत सारे जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं वो शायद मैं बहुत सारे लोगों को तो मैं पहचान रहा हूँ। मैं आप सभी लोगों से को खास तौर से विश्वकर्मा जी को बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि अभी जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं, खासतौर से जो अभी थापक सर ने ये बात कोट किया कि हमारा जो इस साल का जो एक थीम है इन्वायरमेंट, जो विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस की जो थीम है वो इकोसिस्टम मैनेजमेंट पे ही है। कैसे हम इकोसिस्टम को मैनेज करेंगे, और जो टॉपिक भी है वो खास तौर से जो सोशल इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट एंड एनवायरमेंट सोशल जो साइंस सोसाइटी है, एसोसिएशन है, उसका भी जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट इकोनॉमिक एंड एनवायरमेंट, ये जो टॉपिक है ना, रियली आज जो है कोविड के समय बहुत ही अप्रोप्रिएट है। और इसके बारे में थापक सर ने बहुत विस्तार से बताया। मैं बहुत ज्यादा इसमें नहीं जाना चाहूंगा, लेकिन मैं शॉर्ट में, मैं चूंकि बायोलॉजी का स्टूडेंट हूँ, मैं इकोनॉमिक्स का नहीं हूँ। इकोनॉमिक्स से ज्यादा हमारा बहुत ज्यादा हमने ना कभी टीचिंग किया ना, लेकिन फिर भी मुझे ऐसा लगता है ना कि सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के 4 कंपोनेंट में होते हैं। तो देयर आर 4 पिलर्स।
सर वन रिक्वेस्ट सर,
सर
please in English or Hindi sir, because some foreign delegates they cannot know Hindi. Please mix
no problem
if possible sir. Yes.
नहीं, sustainable development, normally this term used by the social association, sustainable development is mainly based on the 4 pillars. Number 1 is a social, economic, technology and environment. There are 4. Without all these 4 pillars, no can imagine the development of any country, any of the state, or even including any small component of the village. So environment, actually, if you just take the environment as a whole, that is the ecosystem. Environment means that is a balance between all the component of the ecosystem. Until unless there is a balance between all the components, there is no hope of any type of developments. And normally, if you just think the Indian philosophy of development, that is basically based on the balance between the culture and environment. प्रकृति और संस्कृति दोनों में एक तरीके से बैलेंस होना चाहिए। दोनों, if there is a balance between nature and our culture, there will be a development. Otherwise, what happened? If there is a disbalance between the environment, you can say nature, you can say, and culture, then what happened? There will be disasters. You can well imagine about this. Nowadays, we are facing the problem of corona. You can say, if you just take the example of ecosystem, or you can say environment, there are many components, but mainly environment governed or regulated by the water resources. What are the water resources? Like rivers. Rivers are the main source of water, and rivers, forest, and even earth, and you can say mountains and plants. जो हमारा इन्वायरमेंट है, स्पेशली इंडियन फिलॉसफी, भारतीय दर्शन, उसमें इन चारों चीजों का, जैसे हमारे वृक्ष हैं, हमारे रिवर हैं, हमारी नदियां हैं, हमारे जो है जंगल हैं, हमारी जमीन, भूमि जिसको बोलते हैं ना, भूमि, पृथ्वी, ये सारे हमारे पर्वत, ये सारे जो है, दे आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट फॉर रेगुलेशन ऑफ इन्वायरमेंट। वो रेगुलेट होता है। इंडियन फिलॉसफी बेसिकली, if you just go back to our ancient times, you will find the entire theme of the environment was basically coexistence. Coexistence, as explained by Honorable Soni Saab also, that is a balance between the resource application and production, or you can say plantation. Suppose if we are interested to take the plant, then we have to plantation also. So that is the coexistence between the environment and prakriti, nature, and this human kinds. Symbiotic is some sort of symbiotic relationship, mutualistic this relationship that was the base of the Indian philosophy of conservation of nature and even further development also. That is in a Raman language, you can say one of the very popular slogan, that is जियो and जीने दो। अब कई धर्म हैं, हमारे रिलीजन हैं, उसमें आप देखिए कि जो फिलॉसफी रही है जियो और जीने दो, वो क्या था? हमारी जो भारतीय परंपरा रही, हमारी ट्रेडिशन रहा, उसमें सभी चीजों को एक तरीके से सहजीविता, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, ये सारा जो हमारा कंसेप्ट था, जैसा बहुत डिटेल में मैं नहीं जाऊंगा, हमारे सोनी साहब और आदरणीय सोनी साहब ने इसमें बहुत किया, तो ये हमारा दैट वाज द कंसेप्ट ऑफ एंशिएंट कंसेप्ट ऑफ द environment and development. And even beyond that, none of the country of the world you will find where the worship of all the component of the environments, for example, this river, mountain, everything worshipped by our forefathers. Why? That is not the only condition to just provide the information of their role in our life, but even that was the concept how we can create awareness amongst the peoples to save or protect the environment. So you can see we have in our Vedas, I tell you one of two examples. For example, in Rig Veda, Rig Veda indicates there are several times that was mentioned earth is a motherland. माता की कंसेप्ट जो है, पृथ्वी हमारी माता है, ये पूरे विश्व में किसी भी लिटरेचर में नहीं है. There was none of the country where we will find any of the literature where this earth considered as a mother or heaven considered as a father. Why? That was the concept of worship that is directly related with the this conservation. Even that Atharveda also, in Atharveda many times it was mentioned that we have a worship of earth. Even Mahabharat, if you just look about the Bhisma Parva, that clearly indicate one term slogan, that is earth as a ever yielding cow. Why cow is comparable to earth? Our honorable Soni sir, he has explained the importance of cow. Earlier, our this agriculture was this cow-based rural development. That was the concept in our ancient time. And if you just go through the entire information about the cow, you will find how these cows, they are important, and cow is considered as a mother also in Indian philosophy. Why? Because the cows, they just provide everything which is required for the sustainability of a human race. Therefore, our ancestors, they worship this cow. Even you people are economic, you are related with the economics. this Kautil Sastra, Arthasastra, that was written by Kautil, that in clearly also mention the environment. Two terms normally used in many times in this Arthasastra. One is Abhay, Raina. That was the actually composition, this collection of animals, different type of biodiversity that indicate the biodiversity of animals. And other is Abhay Vada. One से मतलब क्या है? What is the forest? Forest is also a composition of many type of plants, animals, and others. Even river, especially 7 rivers, which are considered most important 7 rivers, including Ganga and Narmada. They are also considered as just like a mother. Ganga Mata, Narmada Mata, क्यों बोलते हैं? Why it compare with the mother? क्योंकि भाई rivers provide all the things which required for life boosting, life nurturing, and life protecting as a mother. Mother जिस तरीके से एक mother अपने बच्चे को protect करती है, exactly the same things derived from the river Ganga and 7 other rivers. But Indian, because of Soni Saab, he was mentioned about the education. Really, I agree with him. Because of our education, you know, education is a culture of a country. And I think as a educationist, as a teacher, I really agree with the same thing, that we don't have our own this education culture. Most of the thing we have borrowed from the Western countries. Still our Gurukul, if you just remember the concept of the Gurukuls, you will find our students. Now we are talking about the Swarozgar, self-employment, skill development. And if you just consider with the Gurukuls of ashrams of our Rishi Munis, you will find everything was available in our Rishi Munis Gurukuls. Students, they go for training, they learn about the life skill. Now in our education system, we only learn to do or to get the job and other things. But one pillar who was the major philosophy of our education system, that was learning of the life, how we can live together, what are the major concept of life. Life is not only to learn or to get the job and others, but there are so many other things which must learn. And our Gurukul was that the same, the concept was very nice or very practical. And new education policy is now focusing mainly on the same principles. And I think all of you educationists might have these outreach programs. ये जो outreach program है क्या है? That is basically behind how our students, they go in the villages. They learn about our tradition, our culture, and ultimately our this national philosophy. This new education policy is basically a nation-centric policy, human-centric policy. And if it properly implemented, definitely within 10 or 20 years, we'll have a different type of education system. Then actually what happened on the modernization, on the concept of modernization, what happened to our environment? Basically, earlier peoples, they utilize the environment for their own need, basic need. But what happened due to, you know, this globalization, commercialization, or you can say due to development of a materialistic society, because of the attitude of the population, humankind, there is a large gap between the mankind and environment, which resulted into many disasters. I mention, just exemplify some of the disasters. For example, Soni Saab, he explained about the agriculture. उन्होंने बहुत विस्तार से एग्रीकल्चर के बारे में बताया. Our ancient जो period, agriculture was basically agrarian agriculture, animal based agriculture. India is an agrarian country. On our agriculture during this ancient time was based on the animals. उन्होंने अभी बताया, आप ये देखें, आज जो है पूरा now we are shifted from animal based agriculture to technology based agriculture. उससे क्या प्रॉब्लम हो? What happened with the shift in the animal based to this technology based? I tell you one of the example. For example, cow, Indian cows, they produce a very different type of milk. However, genetically modified cows, they produce some other type of milk, and now our Indian cows, they produce milk just like a breast milk, that is very comparable to the breast milk. जो माता का दूध होता है, एग्जैक्टली जो हमारी देसी गाय है, वो उसमें सारे कंपोनेंट और चीजें हैं, सारी चीज है जो हमारे ब्रेस्ट मिल्क में होता है और एक न्यू बॉर्न चाइल्ड के लिए जरूरी होता है. बट व्हाट हैपेंड विद द जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाइड काउस और अदर एनिमल्स प्रोड्यूसिंग द मिल्क, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं, there are some chemicals which are, so normally they are not very very useful for the health also. So ये चेंज आया. दूसरा, green revolution. There is no doubt that during 1960 our country was suffering from a severe food crisis, and that time it was necessary to move towards the green revolution. And during green revolution, we have totally ignored our traditional agriculture. Then what happened? We pour large amount of synthetic chemicals in the soil, in the crops, pesticide, fertilizer, everything, synthetic chemicals poured in our agriculture. And within 65 to 70 years, what happened? We are considering some of the state as a modern agriculture state. But there is a train, one train from Kapurthala, especially from Punjab, run between the Kapurthala and Surat. The train is known as a cancer train. Why this called as a cancer train? Because 95% of the passengers traveling in that train, they are basically either cancer patients or the attender of the cancer patient. Why such type? Not only in Punjab, but if you just go for the health organization data, you will find the enhancement in the basically in cancer patients. That is enormous, alarming situation now. That is why? Because synthetic chemicals, they accumulate in the grains. They reach to our body, and when they reach to our body and metabolized, they produce some of the more and more toxic. That is one very common phenomena. If biology people are sitting there, here you will know about the biomagnification. Bioaccumulation and biomagnification. And because of the biomagnification, enormous peoples, they are suffering from the cancer and some loss of even immunity also. I tell you another example, DDT. Italy, the country which developed the DDT and got the Nobel Prize, they within 10 years they stopped the use of totally banned the use of DDT. But India, we is still using the DDT, and DDT when in the nature come into exposure with the sunlight and others, it metabolized into DDE, that is more and more poisonous. and it reaches to the ecosystem, and ultimately like fish or water, they reach to our body. That is a very important. But this modern agriculture or modernization takes place, this type of one of the problems. Then even in the Punjab, Haryana and others, you will find in the Delhi, burning of straw, wheat and other straw when burned, they cause a severe pollution problem. But our agriculture based on the animals that produce biogas also, gobar gas and others, that was the concept at that time. But now in the villages also will not find anything. Even some of the villages that totally ignore and you will not find a single cow or these buffaloes, and they purchase milk from the factories. That is the problem. That is that needs a awareness about this. The second things, because of the agriculture, modern agriculture, we are now using genetically modified crops. And genetically modified crops, what happened with the use of the they are more adaptable. Peoples are modified the crops which are more adaptable to a particular environment. And because of the genetically modified crops, there was a natural replacement of a number of natural crops like minor millets. Genetically modified crops, sometimes the production is more, but when people use as a food, it creates diabetes, and there are so many other problems, health problems arises from the genetically modified crops. And we've forgotten our original crops like kodo, this kutki kodo. Now peoples, they are going to visit the 5-star hotel to eat the kodo, kutki and all this. Thanks to our tribal, still they are maintaining this genetic variability. They have some crop, they are dependent on this. And during Corona period, they are more healthy than the people from the cities and others. That is the problem. We have to careful about this. Then even, pollution. At once, we are worshipping the Ganga and others. But what happened with the Ganga? Now the water, Ganga water, once considered as a purest water. And peoples, they believe that you can remain, if you just bottle, the Ganga water remain for a year as a purest, the clean water. But what happened? At that time, actually, one of the, pollution, bacteriophages. Bacteriophages was enormously present in the Ganga water that kill about 20% of the microbial population, which create the problem, toxicity, or create the problem. And even about 80% of bacteria killed by the bacteriophages present in the Ganga water. That's why that become a purest, cleanest for a long period. But what happened because of the human man-made environment, industries, pollution, sewage pollution, and other, nowadays you can say number of dead bodies, they directly unburned dead bodies, they throw in the Ganga water. What happened? They decompose and ultimately cause the pollution in this. Then nowadays, in the period of this Corona, the plastic waste, about 8 million tons of the plastic every year now deposit are thrown in our seas. This plastic, as you know, it is non-degradable and require a large, very, very long time for degradation. It cannot be degraded properly. So, and when they reach to the water bodies, our animals and other these water animals, they are suffering from that. Even face masks, 3.4 billion masks every day. Use and throw type of mask, they are thrown every day in the environments. And you can say 3.4 billion this mask, when accumulated in the environment, what will happen? And even disinfectant, nowadays the peoples use the disinfectant, for example, in the public places and others, then that contain one pesticide, that is a tricalation. Tricalation is a very toxic pesticide, when spray for disinfections, it kill the large number of microbial population, beneficial microbial population. And when triclosan come into contact exposure with the sunlight, it convert into a very toxic chemical, dioxin. Dioxin is a very toxic material. And again, with the water bodies or water system, it again come to our body. That is very important problems because of this corona. Even because of this the deforestation, other wildlife disturbance. Many, if you just go through the reports, you will find about 3 to 4 new emerging diseases. They are coming up every year. And about 60 to 70% of such diseases, they are genetic. Genetic means, अभी यदि आप रिपोर्ट को देखते हैं तो आप देखिए 3 से 4 ऐसी बीमारियां हैं, हर साल आ रही हैं नई बीमारियां, जो कि जेनेटिक का मतलब होता है जो कहीं ना कहीं कोई वाइल्ड, जो चाहे बर्ड हो चाहे वाइल्ड एनिमल हो, उसका होस्ट है, वो कैरियर है. दे आर रिमेन इनसाइड द बॉडी ऑफ द बर्ड्स एंड एनिमल्स, वहां रहता है. लेकिन जब वो बिकॉज ऑफ द डिस्टर्बेंस ऑफ वाइल्ड लाइफ, वो दे माइग्रेट टुवर्ड्स द ह्यूमन इनहेबिटिंग एरिया, जहां मनुष्य रहता है वहां पे वो लोग आते हैं और अल्टीमेटली मनुष्य में डिजीज का. 1-2 एग्जाम्पल मैं बताना चाहूंगा आपको. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ये वायरस प्रेजेंट as a consider as a host of some particular bird. When the bird migrate to other area, they may infect the peoples which are basically less immune. मतलब जैसे जंगल में है कोई जानवर है, मान लो उसको एज ए कैरियर है, वहां पे सिम्टम नहीं दिख रहे हैं, उसमें है, लेकिन जब वो जीव जंतु माइग्रेट होके मानव में आएंगे, मानव हो सकता है कि वो उस तरीके के वायरस की इम्यूनिटी हम में नहीं हो, देन व्हाट हैपेंड, दैट मे वेरी डिजास्ट्रस फॉर द ह्यूमन सोसाइटी. फॉर एग्जांपल, आई टेल यू वन एग्जांपल. फॉर एग्जांपल, some of the tribals peoples, some of the countries, they are eating bats, penguin, deer, chimpanzees. ये जो बहुत सारी ऐसी कम्युनिटीज हैं जो ऐसे जो वाइल्ड बर्ड्स हैं, जानवर हैं, उनको खाते हैं. और आप ये देखिए, थोड़े पहले एबोला वाज बेसिकली द ओरिजिनेटेड फ्रॉम द chimpanzees. Some of the community, they eat the chimpanzees, or because of chimpanzees as considered as a carrier, as a host for Ebola virus. Ebola virus is spread as a pandemic in human society. Not only this, if you take the example of COVID, there are so many theories, but the bats are the host of the, or carrier of the coronavirus. Is the coronavirus. Is a host, or you can say carrier, and bats eaten by some of the community or some of the peoples. They eat the bats, and that's why it is spread in the human population. Even another very common problem in India, not only in India but even, that is a fungal diseases. There are three major fungus: white, yellow, and black fungus. Actually, in many countries, one very important concept, that is the building health certificate. They required a building health certificate. But in India, actually we ignore this concept, that is sick building syndrome. Because of the application of this AC and others like cooler and other, in our houses, especially those are very close, we develop a high moisture, very high moisture. And because of the high moisture, the fungal population, they grow inside the house. And because of the fan and other things, they reach to our body. Because all these three fungus, they are opportunistic fungus. They are opportunistic fungus, but when come into contact with any इम्यूनो कंप्रोमाइज्ड पर्सन, जिसमें भी इम्यूनिटी नहीं है, जरा सी भी इम्यूनिटी, वो सभी नेचर में प्रेजेंट है सारे फंगस, जिसमें इम्यूनिटी कमजोर है उसको ये इन्फेक्ट करते हैं। और आज आप देख रहे हैं नॉट ओनली इन इंडिया बट इंटायर वर्ल्ड इज फेसिंग लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स टू दी such problems. So we have to be very careful about this. In the last, I tell you, okay, these are the problems of the environments, but how we can overcome with the such problems, especially for economical, because economical development is also a major part of the development of a country. Without economical development, we cannot sustain our ever increasing population. I have only one example. Now they are thinking about the circular economy. Circular economy is basically, most of the peoples, they are economists. I think they must well aware about the circular economy. We have to use each and every things from the agriculture or other things. For example, I just tell you one example of agriculture, that is straw. How agriculture peoples, they can utilize the straw for the benefit of the doubling, just like income and other. For example, straw, normally all of you just I think know about the mushroom. I think most of the people's well aware about the mushroom. Now people's, they are started the growing of the mushroom. They use straw. When they use straw for mushrooming, after 1-2 crops, the remains after harvesting the mushroom, they are using for various purposes. For example, I'll tell you one of the company, Ecoactive company. This fellow is a mechanical engineer, and he has started the production of mushroom and fortified the value addition, you can say mushroom value addition. He produce animal shoes in compare to the animal leather. You can say he has started the production of vegetarian leather. In place of animal leather, he is producing the mushroom leather, and shoes, they are comparable to woodlands and others. You can visit on the you can visit on net. You will find Ecoactive company. He established a Ecoactive company, and finally he is producing the vegetarian leather shoes. Not only vegetarian leather, even for furniture. He is producing the furniture from the very, very good quality of furniture from the mushroom mycelium. Mushroom. This furniture, table, chair, and not only this, now he is entering into the construction material. You know, the insulator normally used in traditional way, if it burns, it produces large number of gases that are toxic to the environment. And he is producing bio insulator from mushroom. Not only this, now peoples are, even NASA, if you just visit to the website of the NASA, you will find NASA is going to construct the building on Mars from the mycelial brick. वो जो बनाने जा रहे हैं, वो ब्रिक जो होता है ना, ईंट, वो मशरूम के माइसिलियम से बना रहे हैं. क्यों बनाए? दे आर वेरी यूजफुल. वाई? बिकॉज ऑफ लेस वेट. बहुत हैवी नहीं होता, वो बहुत ही सिंपल, मतलब बहुत ही लाइट वेटेड है. दे आर वेरी लाइट वेटेड, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ द लाइट वेटेड, एंड जो मतलब दे डोंट रिक्वायर एनी सीमेंट एंड अदर मटेरियल. आफ्टर फ्यू डेज द माइसिलियम दे फ्यूज्ड and they work just like a cementing material. So these are few things which can be change our economy without disturbing our this ecosystem. That is, so we have to think about the circular, not a single thing, single things which is waste. We have to consider every waste as a best. That is the concept. If we just follow, definitely our this problem will automatically solve, because economy is also required. So I just I have taken few minutes more. I'm sorry for that, and I'm thankful to Dr. Viskarma and others peoples for hearing me. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
थैंक यू सर. मुझे लगता है अगर ज्ञान प्राप्त हो तो समय की कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. सर, जिस तरीके से आपने बताया, बैलेंस बिटवीन ऑल कंपोनेंट्स, और जिसमें इम्पोर्टेंट है बैलेंस बिटवीन कल्चर एंड एनवायरनमेंट, प्रकृति और संस्कृति के बीच बैलेंस होना बहुत जरूरी है. जियो और जीने दो. निश्चित रूप से आपने जो इस सतत विकास के बारे में और जो एक प्रदूषण, जो पर्यावरण के विषय में आज जो चिंतन हो रहा है, उसके बारे में हम सबको बताया. निश्चित रूप का आपका विषय हमारे लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है. एंड वी वंस अगेन वी थैंक यू टू सर, एंड वी ब्लेस सर फॉर गुड हेल्थ, गुड लाइफ, और फ्यूचर में आप ऐसे ही प्रोग्रेस करें. और हम सब आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि ऐसे ही आप हम सबको मार्गदर्शन आपका प्राप्त होता रहे. निश्चित रूप से ये यूथ है, जो स्कॉलर्स हैं, जो हमारी टीम है, एक भविष्य में आने वाले समय में ऐसे ही कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से, जो आपने गुरुकुल शिक्षा पद्धति की बताई कि वहाँ प्रैक्टिकल होता था, हम भी कोशिश करेंगे कि ऐसे ही मंच के माध्यमों से आप सबका मार्गदर्शन, जो हमारे लिए एक मार्ग के रूप में, विकास के मार्ग के रूप में काम आएगा. निश्चित रूप से आपका सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने अपने कीमती समय में से हम सबको समय दिया और एक नई जनरेशन को आप आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं. आपका सहयोग हमेशा हम सबके साथ रहता है. पुनः एक बार आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर. थैंक यू. एंड वी आल्सो
I welcome to all of our foreign delegates to come for a darshan to Mahakal. Ujjain is a very religious place in India, and large number of people from various countries, they are coming and just for worship to Mahakal. I invite to all of you. Bikram University will provide all the things, all the necessary this hospitality to our foreign delegates if they visit to Ujjain. I welcome again, especially to our foreign delegates, and all of you also. I invite to all of you to come and visit to Mahakal. Our university will provide all sort of hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So I request Professor Ravindra Brahme sir, and after Ravindra Brahme sir, we started international lecture of all the participant professors who already joined this conference. We cannot take more time. I request Professor Ravindra Brahme sir.
Thank you, Mr. Karmaji. So just we are listening a very useful lecture by Professor Akhilesh Pandey, who is the present Vice Chancellor at Bikram University Ujjain. And before that, we also have some very good lecture by Anil Kothari ji and T.R. Thapak sir, and also the member of Rajya Sabha, Sri Kailash Soni ji. So all lecturers are very useful, I think, for all the listeners. And before that, we have a lecture by Dragan Zevenel, and we have so many delegates, our member of Social Science Management Welfare Association from Croatia's member Vedrana Serek. He joined and he's listening all the derivation of this conference. So let me present my my slide before you. So just allow me to share my slide. So, Mr. Karmaji, is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. Thank you. So I will not take much time. Before 20 minutes, I will like to finish my this lecture. So thank you. At the onset, I'd say thanks to Secretary Ms. Karmaji for inviting me in this very important deliberation and very relevant issue facing nowadays, and the whole world is facing. It's not a national or a regional issue. It's a global issue which we are facing. Although it has roots in local, regional, but now it became a global issue. So my topic is environment and development. It's the environmental dimension of sustainable development. As we all know, there is no any differences how environment is defined. So we all know what is environment, but and earlier speakers define environment very clearly, and we all know about environment, what is environment, how we define environment. But we have many difference of opinion when we define development. So right from we say from 19th or 20th century, when industrial revolution takes place, and we are in the process of defining development, sometime GDP, then per capita income, then other qualitative aspect of defining development, and some economists also differentiate between development and growth also. So but at all, this development is about just enhancing the standard of life and well-being of the people in general, we define. And so I'm not giving a definition of any GDP in terms of GDP, but we know. So we all understand that there is a paradox. There is a inverse. Sometimes economists wrote some theories like there is a paradox between economic growth, and development. And there are some theories like limit pricing theory and other non-toxic theory and root to bottom theories. There are some theories also of this relation between economic and environment. But environment problem, we all know, mainly generated in the economic activity, because therefore it should be resolved together with the economic activity. So in both the developing and developed countries, there is always an argument stated that whether the economic development come first or environment conservation come first. So the environment, and we all know that environment impact of economic growth includes increased consumption of non-renewable resources. So we are very much worried about the speed and the magnitude non-renewable resources we are using for economic growth and for consumption, and also we are worried about high level of pollution because of that, and we know there are many challenges of global warming, and also potential loss of environmental habitats also we are. So but we know environmental quality is being compromised for the goals of mass employment generation and poverty reduction and growth, and it is believed that with the gradual increase in income levels along with growth in financial and technological capabilities, environmental quality could be restored. We all know that Kuznets says that at the process of the development, first environment pollution is increases, and after some time it will tend to decrease. So this was the very famous Kuznets argument for in relation with the economic and environmental interrelation. So, but the reality what is that continued growth generating activities only increasingly deteriorates the environment quality. Although economists says there, as I speak, that there is a Kuznets hypothesis. So But what we feel today is that economic growth is generating activity, growth generating activities. What we have from last 100, 200 years. So they will increase and deteriorate the environmental quality. And the economic growth of any country cannot be more important. So, but we have to think that we cannot sacrifice. Environment is not only for us. So this the sustainable development concept came in 1972 and in 1974, that the Brundtland Commission, and from 1974 we have some 48 their conventions, and we have, as earlier some speakers told us, this year we have the theme of environment is ecosystem restoration. So from 74 we have some 48 themes, 48 different themes. Each year we have a different theme for environmental protection. So from yesterday we celebrated 5th June, we had celebrated as a World Environmental Day. So, but the economic growth of any country cannot be more important than preventing the environment, because in the long run this will inevitably lead to the depletion of the economic resources and the destruction of the country in all respects, especially with regard to human life. So GDP and wealth are complementary indicator, and that cannot provide a full picture of economic well-being. And if we take a country's comprehensive wealth includes all produced capital, such as physical structure, you can say, and natural capital also. We can take into account the natural capital also, like forest and water and other things also, and human capital also, and which leads to earning. So by only having this clear picture, understanding of our wealth, including all forms of capital, so yeah, we can plan a sustainable future. So the answer of this question of environment and development and growth and the sustainable development is influenced by various set of variables, as we know that. But you know that it's clear in my slide that, however, all forms of economic growth cause damage, and however, not all forms of economic growth cause damage to the environment. With rising level, individuals have a greater ability to devote resources to protecting the environment and mitigate the harmful effects of pollution. And also, economic growth caused by improved technology can enable higher output with less population. So the two big challenges which we have at present, one, environmental degradation and population. But you know, some developed countries, they have using renewable resources more than, like you take account to like France. So in electricity generation, they have a very 5 to 10% electricity generation by fossil fuel. So this is the main form. So this is what Kuznets says about that at some point of time, when we achieve a decent level of development, then this environmental degradation will come down and pollution will come down. So, but as I have said that this shows in economics, we know this is a very production possibility curve. Economics student knows, and what this depicts is a classic trade-off between economic growth and environmental decision. This is the theme of today's our conference, which is very, very important. And here what we are seeing, that if we concentrate more on growth, and if we produce more goods, or if we consume more goods, like here it's 180, then your environmental जो non-renewable resources है, they are I will full screen. Okay, this is full screen. So now it is I think clearly visible. So this is if you what I'm saying that there's a relation between economic growth and environment is that if you have produced more goods, ये यदि ज़्यादा आप वस्तु का उत्पादन कर रहे हैं 100 से बढ़ के 180 हो गया, point B you see. So then here in x-axis you see this new non-renewable resources. So non-renewable resources will come down. So you means you are over exploiting environment. So you must have you have to balance between these two. And what important thing that you have to use renewable resources more. And what you think in global so many protocols like Kyoto protocols, and recently we have Paris protocol. They have emphasis more on how we will use renewable resources rather than on non-renewable resources. So this is a very classic trade-off between environment, economic growth. So we see this is the external cost of what is the external cost of. I'm very in few minutes I will tell you what is the external cost of economic growth we paid till now. From industrial age, when we have industrial revolution, and what was the cost we actually paid. So then we will think about in next to my part was how we will solve this problem. So first we will have a look on how much damage we done, to the to the environment. So if you see this one, how much global CO2 emission we have, annual share of the different countries of in global CO2 emission, because this is one of the main reason of pollution. This is one of the main reason of global temperature high. This is one of the reason of the high tides. This is one of the reason of and so many systematic issues and rise in the temperature. So so this you will see how we will damage this. So you will find that this hyperlink, I'm trying to link this one. So this is visible, Viskarma ji. This visible, Viskarma ji.
Ji, yes sir.
Yeah. So you see, this is an interactive slide, and you see from 1750. If you see how much damage we have done to the environment from 1750 to 2019. So it's very much visible. If you 1750 is very less, just industrial revolution was taking place, and this is the annual share of global CO2 emission by different countries. कि हर देश में CO2 emission कितना हो रहा है, and it's a very beautiful presentation by some sound आ रहा है. Please अपना mic को mute करें. Please some mic of some participant is still. So please mic अपना बंद करें क्योंकि आवाज आ रही है. तो ये आप देखें तो यदि इसे हम देखें किसी पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे देखते हैं, 75, 76, 78, 9, 50 is still UK, and now Canada is came into picture, and 89. This if we stop here, this level of CO2 emission में जो annual share the global है, इससे सब ज्यादा share जो था आप देखते हैं now 1750 के बाद 1831 से USA and its sub European nations, means the whole European nations, and they play major role in emission, CO2 emission. And you think this time is also when the time passes, this 1870, 1819, if we stop at this 1900. So there we have some Russia taking place, some industrial activity. Now more shares of you can put your cursor on any country. United States 1900 was 40% share of United States, and 1900 में 1900 में 40% शेयर ग्लोबल पोल्यूशन में यूएसए का था, और उसके बाद यदि आप देखेंगे शेयर 17% यूके का था, और इसके बाद और कंट्रीज यहाँ देखिए नीदरलैंड इफ यू सी, एंड another is Germany. So major share was USA, UK and Germany. So क्योंकि दूसरे देशों में इंडस्ट्रियल एक्टिविटी नहीं हो रही थी, रसिया इज वेरी 2% शेयर. अगेन यदि आप देखें इसको कि हमने कैसे पोल्यूशन किया है कितना CO2 का, तो यदि आप देखें तो यदि आप हम 1950 के आसपास इसे रोकते हैं, 1950-55 के आसपास, तो आप देखेंगे आप शेयर यूएसए अभी स्टिल टॉप 36%, और यहाँ पे जो है चाइना में बहुत थोड़ा सा था 1950 के आसपास, and Russia have something 9%, and other countries having share in pollution. So now you will check at present time. I want to show what is the position of the 2019 present time, how much we are polluting, and what is the share of the different countries polluting our whole environment, our motherland, our mother earth. So now China came first. Now in CO2 emission, some 28% of CO2 emission is by China. And the second is USA by 14.5%. You can say, you can put your cursor on any country. And if we are interested in India, you see India is producing some 7%. And this is very interesting interactive presentation. And you can also see how much Asia's contribution. This only shows the Asia's contribution. In Asia, you will see this is Iran, this is Saudi Arabia, or this is Georgia, and in Japan also. Japan is 3.4% only share. So Japan is using more renewable resources. So this is one thing. Another, if you see, actually I stopped so my slide is visible.
Yeah.
Is visible?
Sir, yeah.
Okay. So now this one is different slide. If you see, this one is per capita CO2 emission. What is the condition of per capita CO2 emission? If you see per capita CO2 emission, so you see still USA on the top. Earlier slide we have seen that China was at the top CO2 polluter. He is polluting environment, China, in the top. But if per capita comes, to per capita is something, USA is highest. It's 16 tons, and China is something 7.1 tons, and India is much lower than, because we have more population, or because in per capita terms we have less. But if we talk about the quantity we produce, quantity we infuse in environment, the emission, the pollution, so the China is number one. So another graph we will look at, another graph. So it's very interesting one. Another one is because this is also versus share of population, share of global CO2 emission versus share of population. How we motherland, our earth. This is also you can see here. So you see this China. If you see China having something 30% of population, 29% population, but it's x-axis you say global pollution in x-axis, and you in y-axis you see the share of the CO2 emission. So CO2 emission is 30%, and its population is 18%. So other you say this 45 is this line, 45% line. Before that, these are the more polluted. United States is more polluted, because in India is less per capita as compared to CO2 emission and per capita. We have already seen in previous slide. So India is something 7% CO2 emission, and its population is something 17% of the world population. So this shows that how much pollution we have did from last 250 years. So this one again a interactive slide which shows the per capita CO2 emission above or below the global average. Here you can also see what is the condition. You see so many countries having more than global average. USA, Canada, all European countries here, all European countries you see, and China and Russia and Australia, particularly South Africa. India is below the national average. So in per capita CO2 emissions share below the global average is very, very visible here. So another interesting slide I want to present is, more interesting is, average temperature anomaly. What happened when we have a start economic activity, and after industrial revolution, you will see what happened to temperature, because this is the one reason of raising temperature of our consumption, level of the consumption and level of the production. So you see here what happens. You see, this is the mean temperature. In 1850, you see mean temperature of the Earth was minus 0.37 centigrade. This was the mean temperature of the Earth. Why this Kyoto Protocol and Paris Protocol is more emphasizing on that we have to reduce, we have to check this global warming. And what this global warming is all about, you see from 1850, if you see how it happened. If you see, this is a interactive slide, and you see what's happened to the temperature of Earth. किस तरीके से धरती का तापमान, सॉरी, वाटर बढ़ा है. So we have at least median temperature was something minus 0.37 centigrade, and now we have a temperature of something 0.60, means 1% increase in temperature, means that much CO2 we have emitted after so-called this economic growth. So you see, what does it mean? It's all slides. What does this all slide means? That we see that prior to the Industrial Revolution, emissions were very low. This is first finding, and growth in emission was still relatively slow until the mid 20th century. We say mid 20th century. We'll see 1950. This here you see this, the median temperature was only 0.14, means normally 0.5% increase of the global temperature. So this is in 50, the world estimated 6 billion tons of CO2. This is the finding of the R45 interactive slide, which I have showed you. This is the findings of those slides, that in 50s the world emitted 6 billion tons of CO2, and by 90 this had almost quadrupled. Means it's 4 times high. It's 22 billions. So from 6 billion 50s to 22 billion, 4 times carbon emission, and have continued to grow rapidly. This is, and why we are all and we now emit over 36 billion tons each year. 36 means 6 times high when we are emitting CO2 in 1950. So we see until the 20th century, global emission was dominated by Europe. We have seen in our previous slide that this domination was dominated by the Europe and the United States. In 1900, more than 90% of the emission were produced by Europe or the USA. Even by 50s, they have accounted for more than 85% of the emission each year. But why this? ये क्यों कहते हैं China and India? ये लोग बार-बार argument कहते हैं कि you are produce so much, and because this is your responsibility, and we have हमारे यहाँ जो जनसंख्या है उनके लिए तो गरीबी और रोजगार और एक decent standard के लिए हमको अभी growth की जरूरत है, और इसीलिए जो एमिशन है और जो एनवायरमेंट पोल्यूशन है इसकी ज्यादा जिम्मेदारी डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज पे है. व्हाई दिस सेज डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज? दिस सेज बिकॉज कि आप लोगों ने ऑलरेडी इतना पोल्यूशन किया, जैसे हमने 1950 तक देखा कि ऑलरेडी 90% जो है जो पोल्यूशन है वो ग्लोबल जो है वो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है, यूरोप है या अमेरिका के द्वारा किया गया. So in recent decades, this has changed significantly because we have already said that 36 ton of CO2 we are emitting. So in the second half of the 20th century, we see a significant rise in the emission in the rest of the world. And now China is number one from 29% global emission, and second is USA, and third is other Russia and Australia. And Asia is by far the largest emitter nowadays, account for nearly 53%. So there are some very interesting findings. So I am checking this. It's already 1:27. So I want to finish my slide. So I'm stopping it here, but saying that we see there is a strong relationship. Just I conclude that this is a very strong relationship between emission and economic growth, and till now, no high income country has yet achieved reduction which bring them in line with the global average. This is what the findings, and this was the conclusion of this all slides. So now I am coming to the last part of my lecture, which is there are other slides, but we have not that much time, so I'm not showing this all slides, but I'm skipping this all slides. But this we all know, this is the very Kuznets curve, how there is a relation between economic growth and this environment pollution, and other theories also, environment economic growth. This is the limit theory we all know, we study in development economics. This is a very limit theory. It says that कि जो है एक समय के बाद रिसोर्स जाएंगे और रिसोर्सेज खत्म हो जाने के बाद फिर आपका जो है इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ जो है वो फिर कम हो जाएगा। तो ये यदि आपने बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज किया, इफ यू डैमेज एनवायरनमेंट एंड यू यूटिलाइज यू just exploit resources, so this will happen. And a new toxic theory, this says that there is more pessimistic theory, and suggesting that economic growth leads to an ever increasing range of toxic output, और ये कम नहीं होगा, बढ़ता जाएगा. This was another theory. I'm not going that. And this is the another theory raised to the bottom theory, which says कि एक समय के बाद वो flat हो जाएगा, environmental damage हो जाएगा. So I'm not going on that. So, but economic growth without environmental damage, what we will do when we have to important for us to grow also and to save our environment also. So there must be shift to the renewable resources. This is the main concern of the all the countries today, and all that. But I will say, I'm not discussing the Kyoto and Paris Protocol. Only main thrust of the all the 143 countries which they have gathered in 2015 in Paris. So this is the main concern, and the protect health of ecosystem also. If environmental, we have to sustain we have to achieve environmental sustainability, then it says the protect health of the ecosystem also. And about excess pollutions and target, there are the other concept also coming, so the happiness index and other are he target welfare, not as GDP. So, and international decisions make economic decisions based on the long-term consequences, not the short-term consequences. So these are the method, this is the policy, this is the way we can protect our environment, and we can also grow, we can increase our national income also, and we can without any environmental damage. So this is what actually the position of we are in economic growth and environment. What is the paradox between them is that GDP is not very important. You see from 1945, this is the GDP per capita. GDP per capita increased in the GDP per capita. But if you see how much damage we done to the environment, and if you compensate with this, the environmental damage, how much we pollute and how much we deforest, forestation happen, how much the river is polluted. So, and if we count a genuine progress in indicator, GPI, so this is the genuine progress indicator of the world. From 2000 to we have only less than 4,000. It's not double also. So, but if you only count GDP, so it shows that there is very much high. So what we need a genuine progress indicator. What earlier this slide says, that economic growth without environmental damage. So we must have this genuine progress indicator. We take into account the environmental loss also was taken. And naturally, this is sustainable development is only the way which will progress. And we all know this, while having a 17 goals and 169 targets there, and from 1930 we have to achieve those targets also sustainable. And in one slide, just I will say how much we achieve in sustainable development, how much we achieve in this sustainable target is all the working on, including India also. And we have, as I say, some 17 targets. This is Harlan Bertland. So these are the 17 targets and 169, 17 targets and 169 goals. So in what is the progress is there. So you see ecology front, there is not much progress. And we know the theme of the today's conference is ecosystem restoration. So we are lagging behind in ecosystem restoration. And if you see how much progress in sustainable development goals have been made so far, so you see actually out of this 169 indicators in sustainable development goal, the 9 indicators in sustainable development goal of 169 indicators, 93 is related to environmental related sustainable development goal, and they are the they are 22-23% for which good progress has been made over the last 15 years. Or it's out of them only you see here this positive is 17%. In what we have done after introducing the sustainable goal target for 15 years for whole world from 2015 to 2030. So in last 15 years, we have only this 17 or you can say 20% targets में थोड़ा सा progress हुआ है, कोई progress नहीं हुआ है. So this is main challenge है. Indicatively do not have an agreed methodology. इसमें ये भी एक चीज भी है कि आप देखें कि डेटा नहीं है इन्वायरमेंटल के संबंध में, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल के संबंध में. इवन इन लार्ज सेक्शन भी आप देखते हैं कि जिसमें डेटा नहीं है. और इवन हम अभी भी इन्वायरमेंट के लिए संबंध में हम हैं कि इसमें भी जो 30% है, 30% इन्वायरमेंटल जो इंडिकेटर हैं उनके लिए हमारे पास एग्रीड मेथोडोलॉजी भी नहीं है. 30% कि हम उसको कैसे काउंट करेंगे, मैसेज करेंगे. सो इट्स अ बिग इशू कि हमको सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट करना है, हमने टारगेट फिक्स किया है, उनको कैसे अचीव करना है. और इसलिए जो प्रोग्रेस है, प्रोग्रेस इज वेरी स्लो. सो बट प्रोग्रेस इज वेरी स्लो, बट इट इज नॉट टू लेट. we have to do it. हमको ये करना ही होगा, because it's all the question of our survival. It's the question of our survival, mankind survival of the earth. So it's not too late. यदि अभी भी हम इसमें प्रयास करें कि हमें यदि इन्वायरमेंट को सस्टेन करना है तो इसके लिए बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे हमको प्रयास करने होंगे. So I think thank you. This is all my lecture. Thank you, Vishkarma ji, and thank you all for listening very patiently. I want to thank one and all the participants who is presenting here. So thank you, Vishkarma ji. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Good presentation. You can talk about environment development, economic development, and issue and problems of economic development. Thank you very much, sir, to come and join this conference and give beautiful lecture. Thank you, sir, once again, and we bless you. And ऐसे ही हम आपसे भविष्य में भी अपेक्षा करेंगे सर कि आपका इतना अच्छा विषय हम सब को प्राप्त हुआ. निश्चित रूप से हम सब के लिए बड़ा लाभकारी है. थैंक यू सर. एंड देन all the international personality who already joined this international conference. So I can request first Varadrana ma'am, Professor Mentor of Economics, National Coordinator of environment online from Croatia. Yeah, ma'am. Then I request first Vardhana ma'am, then I request enclaved Lucia ma'am. So first I request Vedrana ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Vedrana. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Welcome.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am. Once again, welcome in India, ma'am. And we welcome you. Welcome once again. And please start your lecture on this topic of economic development environment. Welcome, ma'am. Please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for understanding. Can I screen my share? Yes. Sorry. Okay. I'm Vedrana Šarec from Croatia, Master of Economics, mentor, and 10 years experience in school. Climb is also our choice. I have some problem. Yes, okay. Mitigation, climate change. This professor gives lecture by climate change. This young lawyer goes by bike to work. Use of renewable energy sources. This urban farmer grows vegetables. I make sure to always close the water well behind me. This architect designs self-sustaining residential buildings. This student plant each year one by one tree. This activist wants to big pollutants take over responsibility. How we reduce our carbon footprint? First, we can make smart decisions about procuring new things. Before we throw something in garbage, it is worth considering if it's broken, can we fix it? If we have bored, do we know someone who would be useful? If it has lost its original purpose, can we use it for something else? Plus, most things don't have to end as ordinary waste. They should be disposed of in a suitable recycling bin or take away to the recycling yard. Excessive heating of the premises causes unnecessary energy consumption. If we wear only one layer of clothing more in the winter, we can save considerable amount of energy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions by reducing the average heating temperatures can save up to 5% of energy by just 1 degree. The same goes for excessive room cooling in the summer months. Showering consumes significantly less water than bathing. Must have on mind and water retention when soaping, brushing teeth and showering. If we choose to use public transport, bike or walk instead of traveling by car, on average we can save more than 15% of greenhouse gas emission. Gas is our personal carbon footprint. Choosing to travel by train, opposite air traveling, significantly reduce an individual's total emission. Think about how you can reduce your own carbon footprint. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Plant more, also save the animals in oceans and forests, and practice zero waste concept, and think green. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am. Good presentation, beautiful speech on this economic development and environment. Good photograph, ma'am. And then thank you very much to come and join this Google Meet International Conference. The association blessed for your good future, good health. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And we wish that you will come again in this conference, next conference. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Then I
Thank you, sir.
request and Lida Lusa, ma'am. Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah. Hi, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, to come India on this Google Meet platform on this International Conference of Economic Development Environment. Thank you, ma'am, to come, and please start your lecture, ma'am. Thank you.
Can you see my, yes. Can you see my,
Yes.
my screen?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hello everyone. Greetings to all of you. I am Enkelida Lulay. I come from state of the Kosovo. I work at University Haji Zeka, Faculty of Management in Tourism, Hospitality and Environment. I am Doctor of Science for Finance and Accounting. I am very honored and grateful to be part of this great conference. Thank you again for inviting me. Now we can start my presentation. Today I will talk about a topic or a scientific paper that has to do with society, economic development and the environment in terms of financial education, because I am professor of finance and accounting, especially about women. But before I start this presentation, I will say a few words about women, as well as relationship with environment and economic development and financial education. For women as a financial manager, which will be some of the advice they should keep in mind, but at the same time, this advice should are taken into account by all. Women are the real architects of society for economic development and environment. The reason why I chose this topic is to look how much knowledge women have to manage finances. I invite you to listen carefully because there are so many findings related to financial education from which we will all learn. Finally, let's see which of the genders needs the most financial advisor regarding financial transaction. In this slide, you can see the introduction. Money and finance play a very important role in our lives. Financial well-being is mainly associated with the control and management of your finances. The objective of this presentation: general information for society, economic development, and the environment in terms of financial education, households. Well-being, financial men and women, a new point of view, the change basic attitude, learn a special skill, ambition, knowledge, skills, success, etc. Next slide. In this slide, we can see some citation or quotes about money, society, environment, economic development. It's not your salary that makes you rich, it's your spending habits. Charles Jaffe. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship. Don't tell me where your priorities are. Show me where you spend your money, and I will tell you what they are. James Frick. Poor spending habits lead to poverty. You must gain control over your money, or the lack of it will forever control you. Ramsey. In this slide, we can see some tips for a good financial education for households. regarding their financial management and self-confidence, especially about women at the center. What? The first or number one is prepare a monthly budget. Number two is use different accounts for different purposes. Number three is invest instead of savings. Number four is prepare for contingencies. Number five is increase added value. Number six is think about tomorrow. It is never too early or too late to design a retirement and savings plan. Number seven is build and consolidate your credit history. You may not have considered this yet, but obtaining credit to open a business. In this slide, we can see the relationship about women's economic empowerment. Firstly, increasing women access to microfinance or personal finances services can potentially lead to women economic empowerment. Women's economic empowerment. Women's economic activity has a relationship with increased status and changing rules. Also increase households' income under women's control, households' well-being, children's well-being, women's well-being, and men's well-being, poverty reduction in the relationship with economic growth and women's human rights. This in turn may enable them to increase longer-term investment and productivity of their economic activities and increase women engagement in the market. In this slide, we can see a scientific paper. The purpose of this research or scientific paper as a good financial manager for yourself, family, and yourself and your state. What is this? Why is this important? What are the reasons for this research? The purpose of the research is providing a new and valuable to education and budget management as a necessity of well-being and financial stability. Where after a period of 1 until 2 years with same observation, the research will be done again to see if this analysis and recommendation have influenced the empowerment or not. As another purpose is to understand how important financial education is to respondent, in which variables are the best or not, in which variables are interrelated, and is there a difference between the groups in most variables. Data collection, Likert scale, and questionnaire. The research was conducted through questionnaires with respondents from my state, Kosovo state, Western Balkan countries, and European Union countries and beyond. In this paper are included 18 states. Methods, cluster analysis and multidimensional scaling analysis or MDS, hypothesis, main hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. Results we can see next slides. In this slide, we can see the hypothesis. The main hypothesis is there is no difference between the observation groups related with budget education and budget financial management. And the alternative hypothesis is there is difference between the observation groups related with budget education and budget financial management. If x in square greater than x in square alpha r minus 1 alpha c minus 1 rejected and accepted hypothesis alternative. Also, if x in square less x in square alpha r minus 1 alpha c minus 1 the main hypothesis 0, accepted and rejected alternative hypothesis. The purpose of this hypothesis is to see if there is difference in any of the observation. Cluster 1, Cluster 2, and Cluster 3, or Kosovo, Western Balkan countries, and the European Union countries in most variables, especially in education and management variables. Now, why budget education? Why budget education? Households need for budget education or not? Need for a good financial or not? Countries, Kosovo, Western Balkan countries, and the European Union countries. Identifying variables, what identifying features does each group have, plus think about if they are identified by budget education and a good financial perspective for society and environment. Results, which group has the best budget education and a good financial perspective for society and environment in variables. Cluster analysis and MDS analysis. In this table, we can see all variables. Item number 1 is gender. Item number 2, age, profession, incomes. Item number 5 is sufficient information to make financial budget discussion. Awareness of the importance of financial assurance. Item number 7 is proper planning for the budgetary financial future. Saving money as an assistance after retirement. Item number 9 is creating an emergency fund to overcome crises or meeting budgetary financial needs for 1 to 12 months in a case of loss of work or ability to work for a while. Item number 10 is a registration of all transactions for budget incomes. Registration of all transactions for budget expenses is item number 11. 12 is saving and investing is important for better well-being. 13, the need for a financial advisor, budget practice and control. In this table, we can see 3 observation or cluster: Kosovo, European Union countries, and Western Balkan countries. What next? Now we can see the results for 14 variables. And item number 1 is gender. Emphasize that both genders need to increase self-awareness for budget management, but at the same time, both genders can be good budget managers in a case of budget awareness. Age, Kosovo and Western Balkan countries emphasize that age is important for budget management, while European Union countries emphasize that age it is not important, but the budget awareness of the age group. Profession. To the item number 3, the greatest response gave Western Balkan countries, which says the profession is important for increasing knowledge about financial management. Then is Kosovo, and in the end, European Union countries gives a low rating that emphasize that the profession does not have an important role if people have better or weak knowledge and management. This depends on their interest in how much they want to be educated about budget management. For incomes, all 3 observations, Kosovo, Western Balkan countries, and European Union countries have the same opinion that education and management helps to realize and save incomes. It means that well-being and financial stability do not depend on the amount of income, but on the education and budget management. Sufficient information to make financial budget discussion. The highest value is in European Union countries, while Western Balkan countries and Kosovo has less information about making financial discussion. 6. Awareness of the importance of financial assurance. Higher value for the importance of financial assurance has European Union countries than to Western Balkan countries and India and Kosovo. Item number results for variables number 7 is better planning for financial future. They do European Union countries and Western Balkan countries, but even Kosovo is not too far from the first two observations. Saving money as an assistance after retirement. Regarding savings and assistance after retirement, the highest value have the countries of Western Balkan countries than European Union countries. The emergency funds in extreme cases are more like it from European Union countries than Western Balkan countries and Kosovo is results for variables number 9. Registration of all transactions for budget incomes and expenses. 10 and 11 variables for the registration of all transactions for income and expenses. Kosovo has the lowest average after Kosovo is Western Balkan countries, and the highest average has European Union countries. Saving and investing is important for better well-being. To the item number 12, more interest have European Union countries and Western Balkan countries, but also Kosovo, it is not too far from them in the interest of savings and investment. The need for a financial advisor or good manager. Item number 13, the need for a financial advisor in the three groups or observation. Kosovo, European Union countries, and Western Balkan countries has the same average. Budget practice and control. Practice and smaller budgetary financial control has Kosovo, and the higher value has European Union countries. In this slide, we can see the results from a chi-square. This table presents the results according to which there is no linear relationship between respondents of different countries regarding education and management as a necessity for well-being and financial stability at the level of importance significance 0. Or p-value less 0.05. This statistic in this case is close to 0, which means that the choice of these variables is appropriate to give a recommendation. Now, in this slide, we can see Euclidean distance between respondents. Respondents who have similarities are 11, 13, 16, 60, 35, 18, 55, and 33. The respondents with the largest difference are 20 and 43. Also, respondents with number 21, 87, 38 are in the same group, but far from the general trend. Respondents with code 10 and 13 are further from the ideal point and have very different perception. So, from the graph, it is seen that respondents with code 10 is Switzerland, 83 is Belgium, 43 is Malta, 20 is Montenegro, 31 is Kosovo, state of the Kosovo, 64 is Norway, 45 is Sweden, 87 is England, show difference from general trend. In this slide, we can see also, again, Euclidean, but in this case, Euclidean distance between variables. Item number 9.1.13. In order to create an emergency fund for overcoming crises, both genders need a financial advisor. Item number 12 and 7. Proper planning helps save and invest. Item 14, 7 and 10 located within limits of the variables 14. Proper planning is done if respondents have budgetary practice and control the budget by recording budget revenue or incomes. Item number 5, 6, 11. In order to have well-being and financial stability, respondents must have accessible information for making discussion awareness of financial assurance as well as recording expenses. Now, in the dimension between variables, item number 2, 12, 7, 10, education of age group, health, save and invest, proper planning for the future, as well as registration of budget, revenue or incomes transaction. Item number 3 and 5, all professions must have sufficient information to make budgetary financial discussion. It means it does not depend on the profession, but the desire for budget management information. Item number 4, 6, 11, respondents from their income must record expenses and increase awareness of budget assurance. General recommendation for Euclidean distance between variables are for group number 1. In this group are included variable number 2, 3, 4 is closer to each other, who emphasizes that income is related to age and profession. Group number 2, in this group are included 2 variables, item number 13 and item number 1, which emphasize that financial advice is necessary for both genders. Group number 3, in this group are included these variables 9, 18, 12, 7, 14, 10, 5, 6, 11, where variables 9 and 11 are located a little further from the group. That means that if we do not register and control all transaction costs, we do not have opportunity to create an emergency fund. In this slide, what should households do in the future? Both genders need to increase budget awareness and that they need a financial advisor during the budget cycle. Recommendation for environment is empowerment. A recommendation for economic development is foresight, and a recommendation for society is future thinking. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for good and important points in your speech related to economic development environment. Once again, thank you, ma'am. And this association pray for your good health and worship for future, good future. And we meet in next conference, I wish. So once again, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much to come and
It's
join.
my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Then I request Dr. Gul, ma'am. Dr.
Hi.
Gul. Yeah, ma'am. How are you, ma'am? Fine.
Fine, thanks.
Yes,
And I hope you are also well.
Yeah, ma'am. Welcome in India on the platform of Google Meet. So I cannot take more time. I request to you, please start your lecture on the topic of economic development and environment. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. You're welcome.
Yeah, ma'am. Any problem, ma'am? Related technical problem?
Yes, yes. I couldn't share my presentation. Maybe I can send to you.
If you want some time, you can take it. If you want some time.
Mm-hmm.
There is any link present now?
Yes, I am sharing my presentation to your WhatsApp number.
Yeah, no problem. You can share it. No problem.
Okay. Yes. Can you see my presentation?
So, ma'am,
Professor?
not so. No, no. Yeah, ma'am. Start. Yeah. Show, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Hello to everyone. I am Associate Professor, Department of Tour Guiding, School of Tourism and Hospitality. Today, I will try to mention about the fourth generation of rights for a better tourism industry. I think there is a close relationship between fourth generation of rights and sustainable developments and all of them. Yes. As a social creature, humans are the subject of concepts such as technology, culture, art, public, private sector, production, consumption, and economies are built upon them. If they are managed correctly and in a qualified way, people contribute to the business, region, country, and play a serious role in the progress of the economy. Human resources refer to one of the most fundamental elements that used to produce a product. Human resources, which have an essential place in the production process, are precious for many countries. Today, human resources are one of the most valuable resources of both public bodies and private enterprises. Employees who previously only fulfill a defined job description are now involved in working life as individuals who recognize problems in advance, produce solutions to these problems, and improve the sustainability of these solutions. However, the rapid progress of technology and inevitable destruction of nature, culture, and the universe have caused the depletion of quality human resources. Furthermore, the current problems of human resources will affect the future, and if situation continue, there will not be a healthy ecosystem, a peaceful environment, a world dominated by concepts such as prosperity, justice, and security. For people who are important sources of tourism, fourth generation rights refer to concepts such as livable cities, unspoiled culture, and natural environment, or also a peaceful ecosystem, a qualified work environment, a favorable working conditions, fair managers, a fair balance of wage, free and reliable administrations, a government structure where data are not misused. The above principles are issues that included in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and it is it has a key role in the tourism industry. As stated in the International Labour Organization conference, it is a necessity of human rights to have a fair wage of all tourism workers, regardless of whether they are unionized or ununionized, old or young, male or female, beautiful or unbeautiful. The above items indicate that tourism workers should not be discriminated. They should receive fair treatment. They should have the opportunity of training and self-development, have the right to holiday and rest, and have proper working standards. And they should have land concession and access to employment resources, and the sexual exploitation should be prevented. There are also issues such as privacy, accessibility, and data protection due to the environment of technology and the increase in the information communication resources. The protection of human dignity and privacy is one of the fundamental issues of fourth generation of human rights. Protection of employees' data, confidentiality, and accessibility are of concern today, but they are among the worrisome concepts of the future also. Yes, the effect of fourth industrial revolution on human resources. New production sites have brought the needs for more workforce in different branches. Human resources following Industry 4.0 process will be needed, and employees can establish and interpret a relationship between virtual and real, and they can plan consumer needs will be sought. The concepts of mobility and talent management will be the main focus of human resources. In Industry 4.0, it is foreseen that human resources will be less needed. However, human resources improved within Industry 4.0 will be more equipped, proactive, and efficient, and will have a say in the production process. One of the most important effects of Industry 4.0 is that it will require individuals to learn continuously. Reading, learning, and wondering can thus lead to formation of the rise of machinery, and reduced communication are the among negative effects of Industry 4.0. In also advantage and disadvantage of Industry 4.0, it needs to be deal with the minimum damage and maximum benefits to human resources. One of the business that need the most staff in tourism is hotel management and travel management also. Hotels need effective human resources management for their staff to provide superior service to customers. One of the main reasons why an employee in the tourism industry who performs his job provides high quality service to his guests and also his loyalty to the organization he works for. It is the factors such as training, performance appraisal, rewarding, promotion, social security, and retirement that increase the job satisfaction of employees. Today, the tourism industry is mostly shaped by online reviews or word-of-mouth marketing. Therefore, employing the right person in the right position is the main factor in the success of an enterprise. At a time when technological and social resources are developing, one of the most developing areas is tourism industries and also tourism workers. Business areas and departments in the tourism industry adopt more proactive and sustainable approach that can control to ensure customer satisfaction. Human resources department in major tourism management, including a manager and assistant manager also. And in this process, the employees of human resources department, which control almost every detail, need to be careful. In addition, the basic requirements such as employment, orientation, training, and evolution, the resources department should consider customer satisfaction as well. The Human Resources Department should conduct activities to make employees friendly, to love their job, and to be happy to be an employee of the management they work for, and it should regularly check their satisfaction and resolve any issues. The concept of human rights has gained diversity with a number of social, economic, and political innovation and development. Human rights have developed in the following stages as you on the screen. The first generation of human rights, these are initial rights. The second generation of human rights, these are the social rights. The third generation of human rights, and these are emerged in the 20th century and also related mainly with the right to solidarity. The recent of fourth generation of human rights, and also first generation of rights, as you see on the screen, initial rights, freedom, personal, political rights. Second generation of rights, it is mean that all people, whether they are rich or poor, benefit from the same rights. Third generation of rights, a concept that was introduced after the Second World War, and it has a different structure than the first and the second generation of rights. These mainly a humanist social structure that enables people to participate. And the fourth generation of rights point out that it draws an attention also, human rights and future generations, leaving a healthy environment and a peaceful world for the future generations. Unborn children and sustainable living are other concepts that come to forefront. The right of future generations considered within the scope of fourth generation of rights is an environmental concept. The environment should be transferred to future generations in the least degraded way. Societies, states, individuals are responsible for the fourth generation of rights. Natural events such as the melting of glaciers, climate change, rising sea level, and global warming have a negative impact on the lives of many people. Climate change can also negatively affect the exercise of human rights. The rights in the group are integrational rather than interpersonal. Cities are abstractly evaluated in the fourth generation of human rights. The cities, which host many social, historical, and artistic activities, also have a rich heritage. If a generation that protects and embraces the environment also protects cities, this is seen as a duty fulfilled in the fourth generation of human rights. Sustainable cities should be protected in a way that suits human dignity. Fourth generation of rights have been put forward to prevent the risk posed by science and technology, and also we can basically separate its main dimensions to fourth generation of rights: the right to ecosystem, the right of future generations, the right to city. And also the tourism sector related with human resources management and fourth generation of rights. Human rights are the most basic principles and standards established to protect the dignity, equality, and freedom of all people. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights consists of 30 fundamental human rights. The International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights constitute the International Declaration of Human Rights. Human rights provide the basic of some necessary issues such as how employees should be treated, working conditions, how guests should be treated, and how goods and services should be produced in supply chain and for other tourism management. In human rights, many issues are related to different goals and objectives. For example, water is not only an environmental issue, but access to water is a human right. Some major tourist businesses, for example, such as Hilton, Wyndham, Marriott, Thomas Cook, and TUI Travel, have issued policies and conventions based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Although tourism industry is defined as a developing industry and makes significant economic contribution to some developing regions, it can be said that there are serious problems regarding the fair share and its effects on human rights. For the sustainability of tourism, local people should satisfied with tourism-related developments, participated in opportunities offered by tourism, and should not be negatively affected by the effects of tourism. Although human rights are important for the sustainability of business, they are also crucial for social, economic, and environmental sustainability of destinations. As it is known, sustainable tourism is based on efficient use of resources and leaving resources to future generations without harming them. The rights of future generations mentioned in the fourth generation of rights are closely related with sustainable tourism. And also, in recent years, both national and international ecosystem have suffered considerable damage. The use of urban areas as commodities destroyed the rights to cities, which resulted in unfavorable residential areas for students. In this context, the fourth generation of human rights aims to protect the rights of people living in the ecosystem, all the resources they interact with future generations to live in this ecosystem, and defend the right to sustainable and future. The fourth generation of human rights disrupt the traditional market structure and forces many businesses, including tourism industry, to either innovate or perish. One solution is that civil society organization, international human rights mechanisms, individual human rights defenders can shape and transform human rights towards the unemployment, dismissal, technology, and automation replacing manpower effects of Industry 4.0. The digitalization of human rights will be in line with the private sector. A simple and faster distribution network will be created. A typical human rights cloud will be created. Employees in chain tourism industry in different parts of the world, as well as different tourism organizations, will be able to contract and intervene via internet. Even though security problems are tried to be solved, data recording is a major problem because it seems possible to analyze, interpret, evaluate, even manipulate human behavior in this way. Artificial intelligence not only understands whether people are happy or sad, but also strategically affects people's emotions. One of the most significant implications of that is a robot that predicts customer satisfaction, which is essential in the tourism sector. And also, it makes the requirements related to customer satisfaction, and it will be used in the tourism industry, and tourism industry will prefer robots to reduce excess cost. Another issue is the human of resources for bad purposes and the use of human labor and power in violation of human rights. Industry 4.0 is expected to be very useful when used for purposes. It is necessary to take into consideration the negative impacts, especially in countries with a high population density. The dense population may become an obligation rather than a necessity for developing industry with atomic factories. And in some advanced technologies, drones will be able to monitor employees. In developing countries with a weak security standards or data protection, tourism workers may be exposed to cybersecurity threats, misuse of personal data, and illegal use of data. The human rights practices of human countries are determined by the laws of those countries. However, the solution of this problem does not seem possible for developing countries because there is no legislation to protect the rights of employees in these countries. So, states can easily access the use of data of the employees. In today's world, the unintentional consequences of advanced technology are problems such as hunger, poverty, and so on. So, we should change the feature of human rights. The future is ours. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Very much for good speech and good presentation, good data. So once again, this association for your good health and good future. And we bless that in next conference you all come and join with us and give another time lecture. So once again, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much to give time for this association. Thank you, ma'am. Then I request Almira, ma'am. Yeah, Almira, ma'am is already joined from Indonesia and member of Social Science and Management Welfare Association. Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, welcome in this international conference of economic development and environment. Please unmute, ma'am. Voice problem there. Please unmute.
Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, ma'am. Well, yes, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. In this international platform of Social Science and Management Welfare Association, today we discuss on the topic of economic development environment. So once again, welcome, ma'am. Welcome in this Google platform of India. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Please start your lecture.
Okay. Wait a minute. I will share a screen. Oh, wait a minute. Can you see my share screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Wait a minute. Because my laptop has trouble, so I use my handphone, my mobile phone.
Okay, ma'am. No problem. Please.
Okay. Can you see my share screen now?
Yes. Clear, ma'am. Clear.
Okay. Now I will talk about strategy for post-pandemic economic recovery through strengthening microeconomics. Okay. My name is Almira Komalaufa. I came from Indonesia. I'm a lecturer. I'm a coaching lecturer in Institute Islamic Nasional Lok Sumawe. Okay. Impact of pandemic COVID-19 for economy. The current COVID-19 pandemic has taken the world by storm and has had a profound impact on human life. The impact is hampering the activity of life in the world, one of which is economic activity, where many countries whose economy has started to be supported by the household component. Employees of company or factory have been laid off until uncertain time when the COVID-19 ends. Of course, many of them are still waiting for confirmation whether they can still work as usual or surrender to the current condition. But the needs of family life must continue. The business sector, such as MSMEs, has not been spared the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, apart from regulation from the central and regional governments. Business actors are reluctant to reduce their activity and even close their place of business to earn a living for their family. How big is the problem caused by COVID-19 because of the many parties involved and dependent in the sector? Of course, this problem cannot be imposed on the government alone, but there needs to be mutual awareness of all parties so that the economy can bounce back. Okay, there are several things that can be done to help the macroeconomic recovery. Some of the things can be classified into two sectors, namely one, formal sector or formal economic, two, informal sector or informal economic. Formal sector or formal economic is the economic activity in a country that is registered, and there are rules that have been set by the state for this economic activity. For example, it's a tax, levies, and transit. Informal economic is an the formal economic is a registered economic activity. Two, informal sector or informal economic. Informal economy is an unregistered economic activity. In some countries, the informal economic make a greater contribution to economic recovery than the formal economy. This can be seen from the large number of small traders or the other micro enterprises who are not registered but are actively involved in revitalizing the economic of a country. For example, informal sector is MSMEs or medium, small, micro economic. Okay. How much it would be if a nation and its people were able to see all these problems wisely, be able to answer challenges, and be strong in facing our threat. One way that is considered quite powerful is to grow and strengthen the entrepreneur spirit. Okay, so we have and we must have entrepreneurship in ourselves. For what? For to make the economy in our world is better. Entrepreneurship has a positive impact on the economy and society. One of the most important impact of entrepreneurship is the provision of jobs. Innovation in the second reason that has a positive impact on economic strength and society in the middle of the discourse of the new norm era. Innovation is related on the process of creating something new and helping individuals to work more effectively and efficiently. Therefore, the informal economic sector, which is dominated by micro enterprise, should get a lot of attention from the government to be able to help restore the economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, the problem is pandemic COVID-19, and the solution, we must innovate it and be creative as well as grow and strengthen the entrepreneur spirit or entrepreneurship. So we must talent up crisis period. The crisis period is not an excuse for us not to be eager to be an entrepreneur, but the crisis period actually make us challenged to innovate and be creative as best as possible, take advantage of digital technology, and of course maximize the opportunity that are in front of our eyes. Opportunity referred to here are opportunities that arise during and after the crisis. This can be used as an initial idea to open a business that is profit-oriented and can provide alternative solutions to the community of the crisis. For example, a number of business or enterprises that have emerged after the pandemic, such as digital business, fintech, support service, expedition service, health, nutrition, and others. For the community, especially young people in the industrial era 4.0, this is the right time to be entrepreneurship and help medium, small, micro economics, because our supporting factors have been facilitated through technology that is currently developing. With the increase in micro enterprise, the world economy will also increase. I'm sure about this. Okay, this is the quote what I love the most from the someone famous, but I don't know who the person make the quote. Okay, The crisis period is not an excuse for young people to be eager to be an entrepreneur, but the crisis period actually makes us challenged to innovate and be creative as best as possible, take advantage of digital technology, and of course maximize the opportunity that are in front of our eyes. Okay, thank you so much. This all my presentation. Okay, I will back to moderator. Okay, thank you so much, sir. We cannot hear your voice, sir. Can you turn on your mic?
Okay, okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good presentation, good photograph, good PPT. Once again, the India, Google Meet, and the Social Science and Management Welfare Association. Thank you to you to come and join this conference. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Then I request Tera Nadila, ma'am, from Indonesia. Ma'am, you listen my voice? Terry Nadila, ma'am, from Indonesia.
Yes, I can voice. I can
Ma'am?
voice. Yes, I can hear your voice, sir.
No.
Yes. Can you
Okay,
hear
ma'am.
me?
So once again, welcome. Yeah, ma'am. Welcome in this international conference, and I request to you please start your lecture on the topic of economic development environment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vishwakarma. So let me present my presentation. Okay, wait a minute because I want to show my PPT.
Okay.
Oh. Wait, sir. It's present. Sir, can you see my PPT?
No, ma'am. Not so, ma'am.
Sure, okay. I try to. Okay. Present now. What happened to me? Or can I share the? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Entire screen.
If you want more time, ma'am, so you can take it. No problem. Hello. Hello. Okay, ma'am, you can take time. Hello. Okay, I request Dr. Muhammad Islam from Pakistan. Yeah, Dr. Muhammad Islam from Pakistan. Please unmute your voice. Please unmute. Dr.
Yeah, hello, this is Professor.
Yeah,
Hello.
Professor sir. Yeah,
Hello?
please.
Yeah, sir, thank you.
Yeah,
It's really
I
wonderful
welcome
and
Muhammad Islam, professor from Pakistan. Sir, please start your lecture.
thank you. Thank you. First of all, I do appreciate the conference organizing committee for organizing this wonderful conference. And I have listened that many of our experts shared their informative knowledge with all the stakeholders. Being academicians, and presently I am working as the chairman Department of Agricultural Education Extension short courses. Here we have many topics, but I will talk on the role of rural women in agriculture and livestock. So the Pakistan agriculture is the engine of the Pakistan economy, and 18.5% the agriculture role in GDP, and 39% directly laborers are engaged in the agriculture sector, and as well as 70% people's are directly their source of livelihood is agriculture. So agriculture is a huge sector, and there are men and women are engaged in agriculture sector and livestock sector. If we can define the agriculture means crops, fruits, vegetables, and livestock, fisheries, and poultry, and is the part of the agriculture sector. So here in Pakistan, we have four provinces, and I will also conducted various studies in Sindh, Pakistan, where I will also share my experience regarding the role of rural women in agriculture and livestock activities. In Sindh is the second largest province of Pakistan, and majority of the people's livelihood depend on agriculture, and second source of livelihood is on livestock. So we have a 350 kilometers a coastline, and we have also four main barrages, and we have in Pakistan 14 main canals and 1,400 are miners and distributaries, and more than 50,000 are the water courses in Pakistan, in Sindh. So the study conducted in selected district of the Sindh province. We have Upper Sindh, Middle Sindh, and Lower Sindh. In Upper Sindh, we have selected Larkana district. In Middle Sindh, we have selected Nowshera district. And in Upper Sindh, we have selected, and Lower Sindh, we have selected Badin. Badin is a coastal belt. So the total sample was 200, purposely selected from 3 districts, which represent the whole province, upper, middle, and lower. So the conclusions drawn from the study that majority of the rural women are engaged in seed selection and seed sowing and interculturing, and as well as harvesting practices. And simultaneously, 65% of the rural women are engaged in livestock sector. Collect the fodder from the field to the livestock. They fetching the water to the livestock sector, and also they milking the animals at their doorstep, and their brothers and their husbands are also selling the milks and butters and other byproducts in the markets. So the role of rural women, when we have compared the working hours between men and women, the majority of the women more than 16 hours are engaged in a livestock and agriculture sector. So the role of women cannot be ignored in agriculture and livestock sector, and this is a huge sector which provides the livelihood, and they also provide the economic empowerment opportunities to rural women. At present, the government of Pakistan has initiated economic empowerment programs through small medium enterprise development. The Sindh Agriculture University, Tanoja, where I am working, they have also built the skills and empowered the women and built the capacity of the women in mango pickles formation, mango marketing, and preservation of the mango at their field level. And simultaneously, the majority of the women also involved in horticulture crafts, fruit and vegetable crafts, and major crafts. Presently, the women working in the middle lower Sindh means coastal area, they are also sowing the rice at their fields. So in last, I will not take your more time. In last, it is concluded that the role of rural women in agriculture and livestock cannot be ignored, and we do appreciate the efforts of the government of Pakistan and international labor organizations and World Bank, Asian Development Bank, USAID, and UNO effort. They are also providing the opportunities to the rural women for their economic empowerment. And now the government of Sindh also initiated small medium enterprises interventions in the rural areas and also building the linkages and preparing the women for their and farming the women enterprise groups at small scale. So in last, our recommendation is that the rural women is a part of this society, and they are getting less money because they have a lack of marketing facilities. So the government should also provide the opportunities to market their product in the not at the national level but also international level. So thank you once again, sir, for your kind cooperation and support and providing me the opportunity to share my knowledge with all the international participants.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much to come and join this conference. I again request try Nadila ma'am from
Yes.
Indonesia.
Yes, I'm here. I
Okay,
use my smartphone. I'm sorry. So, okay, I try to share my PPT, right? Wait a minute. Okay, not too sure. Okay, Almira, can you
Okay,
help me to share?
wait a minute.
Yes,
I
yes.
will share the PowerPoint for Miss Nadila.
Okay,
Wait a
thank
minute.
you.
Okay.
I'm so sorry for this situation, sir.
No problem,
Okay,
ma'am. Please. No problem.
while we waiting yes, while the Miss Almira, oh yeah, thank you so much, Almira. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum wabarakatuh. Okay, good afternoon from Indonesia, everyone. My name is Nadila. I am from Indonesia. Yeah, so actually, I'm honored to be here. Thank you for having me. Yeah, for International Social Science and Management Welfare Association, and thank you for Share to Care volunteers to support us until now. So today, I will to explain about the analysis existence of PT Garuda Indonesia in the amid COVID-19. As we know that Garuda Indonesia is one of airplane in Indonesia, is a state-owned enterprises of Indonesia. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, Almira. Yeah, right. No, next. Next slide, yes. The coronavirus outbreak are not only detrimental to the people's health, the virus has even affected the economies of countries around the world, including Indonesia. And then the global economy is certain to slow down following the speculation by WHO, which mentioned the corona outbreak as a pandemic which then affected the business world. So this can be seen from various announcements to dismiss schools, to cancel face-to-face lectures, to prohibit engagement in crowds, and to restrict traveling abroad, whether for Umrah and Hajj. Umrah and Hajj is something like a spiritual journey for Muslim. And then we prohibit engagement like recreation and just for casual visits. It's prohibited almost a whole the country. Okay, next slide. The regulation or policies that have been set by the government are certainly very influential in all sectors, including economic, social life, and society. So not only about the health, in economic too. And then it was reported by some media that around 50 million people were threatened with losing their jobs due to effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide, please. Right. The formulation of the problem, we have three formulation. First, what are the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the airline business in Indonesia? And second, what are the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, the airline business of PT Garuda Indonesia? And how does Garuda Indonesia overcome the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic? So we can see about research method. We use the research method descriptive qualitative method, and triangulation is we make some interview some directors in Garuda Indonesia, and then we looking for the data, secondary data from the website and another online media. Next slide. Result, ma'am Almira. Yes. No. Okay. Result. Excuse me. Okay. All right. So yes, I try to continue my presentation. First, like I said, that what are the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic airline business Indonesia? With the current pandemic condition, many airlines have reduced or even canceled their flight. Although it happened with the another airplane, another country. For example, like PT Citylink Indonesia stopped the operation on the route that had just opened it. And then Lion Air also closed all flights to China and for Umrah, as well as many domestic routes. And then AirAsia Indonesia had also stopped or canceled all flights as of 1st April 2020. And then it is second, what are the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the airline business of PT Garuda Indonesia? PT Garuda Indonesia has also experienced a decrease in the frequency of flight to certain city. For example, flights that internally were 10 times daily declined to 8 or 7 times. And the other destination that usually had 5 flights reduced to 3 times. And also destination that usually had 3 flights decreased to 1 time. However, until now, Garuda continues to carry out their obligation. There is no city that they do not serve. Even though the load factor is a bit harsh, Garuda still strives to continue serving the passenger. Therefore, almost 70% of the planes were grounded. So the number of planes flying is very low compared to previous year. So this condition have very significant implication to Garuda performance, because the new director who have just joined are directly confronted with the situation. So we can okay, and the last one is, how does Garuda Indonesia overcome effect of the COVID? Actually, I want to show about the loss of the Garuda Indonesia company, yeah, but unfortunately I can share on my mobile phone. So I just to tell a summary on a summary. Okay, and then that how does Garuda Indonesia overcome, yeah, the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic? The first, development of cargo service by launching the Kirim Aja application. Kirim Aja application we can download and Play Store on your mobile phone, yeah. Kirim Aja in English like just send, like that. So in the normal era, PT Garuda Indonesia wants to prioritize the carrier business, because so far Garuda Indonesia has always relied on the business of transportation goods to other parties. So with limited mobility, yeah, people send goods as new form intimacy. Because it's sustainable community, so they introduced the product Kirim Aja, service delivery goods based on digital application. And then the second, overcome to survive in the COVID pandemic, negotiation with the lessor, financing the aircraft lease payment, like lease holiday. So they survive in the midst of the pandemic. Garuda Indonesia choose a defensive strategy by negotiation with the lessor to obtain waivers related to aircraft financial leases. So this strategy, of course, is considered effective in reducing operational costs, considering that Garuda Indonesia main operation are carried out with the fleet of aircraft, some of which are leased from lessor. Okay, and the last one, termination of employment of employees. So I think that is the worst decision, but the director and management must to decide, yeah, to cut off the employees. So it is response Garuda Indonesia worsening condition during the pandemic, yeah. One of the defensive strategy undertaken by Garuda Indonesia was to terminate the employment, hardly ever 700 of its contract employee. So the conclusion that the biggest impact experienced by PT Garuda Indonesia Airline, yeah, or other airline, or even the aviation, were as a result of the presence of the COVID-19 pandemic, was a decrease in the number of passengers. So 3 days ago, yeah, I have data that the government Indonesia, because the Garuda Indonesia is a state-owned enterprise, so a government have 4 options, yeah. First, the government provide loans or equity support. 2, using bankruptcy protection law for debt restructuring. 3, restructuring while establishing a new national airline. And the last option is liquidation and let the private sector to hand over this airplane. But until now, Indonesian government doesn't decide which one the best effective strategy to survive Garuda Indonesia. So thank you so much, terima kasih for the people. That's all, I think, moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Come and join this conference, and we will feel good, ma'am. You can hard work, and it is good to us. India always welcome to you, and we meet in next conference. Thank you, ma'am. Then
Okay, thank you.
Praveen Kumar Jha, sir. So to please give vote of Dr. Praveen Kumar Jha, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon to one and all. I am Dr. Praveen Kumar Jha, here to present vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Devendra Vishwakarma, Secretary, Social Science Management Welfare Association, President, Youth Economic Association, Member, Indian Economic Association, for organizing such a beautiful international conference, Economic Development and Environment Issue. We celebrated Environment Day on 5th June, and today we are discussing the matters related to Indian economic development and environment. So I would like to thank all chief guest and speaker one by one. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Dragan Jounova sir. He presented from Macedonia. We are very thankful to you that you mentioned that how the ecology balance and species, animals, and how the economic development is affecting the balance of environment. So it is very important that how we have to make the balance between economic as well as the nature. So you enlightened us that how we can make a good balance between economic development as well as how we can protect the nature. Thank you very much for your enlightening information, sir. Now, इसके बाद मैं जो दूसरे सबसे हमारे स्पीकर माननीय सांसद श्री कैलाश सोनी जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने अपने कीमती समय और बिजी शेड्यूल के बावजूद हम लोगों को किस तरह से आर्थिक विकास और प्रकृति के बीच में समन्वय रखना है उसके बारे में उन्होंने हमें ज्ञानवर्धन किया। उन्होंने हमें बताया कि कैसे हमें अपने पाश्चात्य अपने संस्कृति के साथ अपनी संस्कृति का किस तरह से समन्वय करना है। सर ने बहुत अच्छा बताया कि जिस तरह से पशुधन का प्रयोग हम प्राचीन भारत में करते आए थे, तो और जैसे जियो और जीने दो, वास्तव में मनुष्य जो है वो सबसे बुद्धिमान प्राणी है और मनुष्य का ये कर्तव्य बनता है कि जो प्रकृति के अन्य जीव हैं उनको भी साथ में लेकर चलें। सर ने बहुत अच्छा ज्ञानवर्धन किया और बताया कि कैसे जय जवान जय विज्ञान जय किसान को लेकर हमें चलना था और हमें चलने का प्रयास करना चाहिए था। और इसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा प्रोफेसर टी.आर. थपक सर को, जिन्होंने हमारे सामने बहुत सारे प्रश्न रखे कि हमें जीवन के लिए क्या क्या चाहिए। हमें जीवन के लिए ऑक्सीजन चाहिए, हमें जीवन के लिए भोजन चाहिए, हमें भोजन के लिए मकान चाहिए, और ये सब चीज़ें हम प्रकृति से प्राप्त करते हैं। और प्रकृति का हम जिस तरह से विदोहन कर रहे हैं उसी तरह से हमें प्रकृति का पोषण भी करना आवश्यक है। सर, हम बहुत ही आभारी हैं कि आपने अपने महत्वपूर्ण समय और बिजी शेड्यूल के बावजूद हमें इतना समय दिया। बहुत बहुत आभार सर। इसके बाद मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा डॉक्टर अनिल कोठारी सर को। सर ने हमें बताया कि किस तरह से पर्यावरण और चिंतन और इकोसिस्टम को किस तरह से हम रिस्टोर कर सकते हैं और कैसे हेल्थ और हैप्पीनेस की तरफ हम चलें, और हमें संदेश दिया कि डेवलपमेंट का मतलब केवल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट ही नहीं, स्वस्थ जीवन और हैप्पीनेस भी है। तो हम सर को अपने दिल की गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं कि सर ने हमें हमारा ज्ञानवर्धन किया। इसी क्रम में मैं आगे बढ़ता हूं और प्रोफेसर अखिलेश पांडे सर का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। सर, आपने हमें जो बहुमूल्य समय दिया और हमारा जो ज्ञानवर्धन किया कि किस तरह से नेचर और कल्चर को हमें एक साथ लेके चलना है, भारत किस तरह से वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के मार्ग पर चला, और आपने यह भी बताया कि कैसे ऋग्वेद, अथर्ववेद और महाभारत के भीष्म पर्व में प्रकृति के साथ हमें कैसा आचरण करना चाहिए और प्रकृति के साथ हमें कैसे रहना चाहिए, और हमें अपने विकास के साथ साथ प्रकृति का भी किस तरह से पोषण करना चाहिए। हम सभी आपके आभारी हैं। और इसी क्रम में मैं आगे बढ़ते हुए प्रोफेसर रविंद्र ब्रह्मे सर का भी हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। सर ने बहुत अच्छे स्लाइड के माध्यम से हमें सारी चीज़ों को बताया कि किस तरह से कार्बन का इमिशन जो है आज विश्व की एक समस्या हो गई, किस तरह से हम ग्रीन गैस से हम प्रभावित हो रहे हैं, किस तरह से जो डेवलप्ड नेशन है उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना ज़्यादा है कार्बन इमिशन में, और वो डेवलपिंग नेशंस के ऊपर किस तरह से प्रेशर बना रहे हैं कि हम रिड्यूस करें, जबकि हमें अभी काफ़ी कुछ डेवलप करना बाकी है। तो निश्चित रूप से आज का जो विश्व है, आज का जो परिवेश है, उसमें सभी को कहीं ना कहीं अपने सामाजिक पारिवारिक के साथ साथ प्राकृतिक दायित्व को भी समझना पड़ेगा। और इसके साथ ही मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा। आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल इंटरनेशनल delegates and participants who have discussed their paper in the panel. A special thanks to Dr. N. Kilera Lulaz ma'am, Dr. Gul Irkola Bayram, Almira Keumula Ulfai, Dr. Try Nadila ma'am, Dr. Vedrana Sarek ma'am. और साथ ही मैं आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू ऑल अदर पार्टिसिपेंट्स एंड लिसनर, रिसर्च स्कॉलर, जिन्होंने कि बड़े ही धैर्यपूर्वक अपना ज्ञानवर्धन यहाँ पे किया। और इसी के साथ जो 2 पैनल थे, पैनल सेशन की समाप्ति होती है और अब हम पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन का सेशन स्टार्ट करेंगे। नाउ विल स्टार्ट द पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन सेशन इन व्हिच all participants will get the opportunity to present paper, and those who will present the paper, they will get international certificate for the paper presentation, and other will get the certificate for the participation. So I will call the name of the paper presenter. It is requested that you acknowledge your name and try to start your paper and finish the paper within 3 minutes. And it is also, there is also provision for the best paper, so you can share your paper in a best manner so that you can get the best presentation paper. Thank you very much. And now I will start. Before starting, I would like to share that we celebrated Global Earth Day on 22nd April. We just before today, yesterday, we celebrated Environment Day. So it is our duty and responsibility that how we can improve the greenery system, how we can improve the plantation system, and how we can contribute ourselves for the upgradation of the economic as well as the environment. So by thinking that we will always be friendly to the nature and will contribute our best by participating in plantation and other activities which is within our limit will do, and will less use the plastic, polythene, actually whatever the affecting the natural and climate and economic balance system. So in this session now I would like to call the first participant, Nusrat Parveen, CD reference number 101. This is a paper presentation session now, and I'm calling the name. The first participant, Nusrat Parveen. I would like to call second participant, Amrit Barla. Serial number 102, Amrit Barla. Serial number 103, Dr. Vaisali B. Patel.